James Blish, Star Trek Charlie's Law. Although Captain James Kirk of the starship Enterprise had absolute control over 400 officers and crew members, not counting a small, changing group of passengers, although he had taken his fair share of risks in more than 20 years in space, he was convinced that no one had given him as much trouble as this 17-year-old boy. Charles Evans was picked up on the planet Tassia, where he had lived alone for 14 years, after the crash of his parents' research vessel. He was found by the research vessel Enterprise, a vessel with a cargo capacity 1/10 that of the Enterprise. He was then transferred to Kirk's ship, dressed in shabby clothes and with an inflatable bag containing all his belongings. The officers of the Antares who brought him aboard the Enterprise praised Charlie's high intelligence, eagerness to learn, intuitive grasp of engineering principles. He could fly the Antares himself if necessary, and exceptionally friendly nature. But Kirk was surprised that the officers seemed to compete with each other in praising Charlie, and hurried back to their cramped ship without so much as asking for a bottle of brandy. Charlie's curiosity was obvious from the start, though he also showed some concern. This was not surprising, given his long, solitary stay. Kirk ordered Petty Officer Rand to take the boy to his assigned cabin. It was then that Charlie surprised everyone present, including Rand, by asking Kirk bluntly, "And this is a girl?" Leonard McCoy, the ship's surgeon, checked Charlie over from head to toe and found him in excellent physical condition. No signs of malnutrition, no radiation burns, no deprivation of any kind. Remarkable for a boy who had been forced to fend for himself on an alien planet since he was 3. On the other hand, it was logical to assume that after 14 years, Charlie would either be in good condition or dead. He had inevitably had to adapt to his surroundings over the years. Charlie didn't talk about himself, but he asked a lot of questions. He seemed to genuinely want to know how to behave, and he probably wanted to be loved. But the direction of some of McCoy's questions seemed to confuse him. No one survived the disaster. He learned English by communicating with the ship's memory bank, which was still active. No, the Tatians did not help him. They simply did not exist. First, he ate what was stored in the ship's storerooms, then what grew around him. Charlie asked to see the ship's manual. On the Antares, he was always doing or saying the wrong thing. When that happened, people got angry, and he got angry. He didn't want to make the same mistake twice.
"I think so too," McCoy answered. "But you can't rush things like that. Just keep your eyes open, and when in doubt, smile and say nothing. That always works well." Charlie smiled back at McCoy's smile, and the doctor let the boy go, slapping him on the butt as he did so, much to Charlie's surprise. McCoy returned to the problem again while on the bridge with Kirk, his executive officer Mr. Spock, and Petty Officer Rand, who was handling the watch roster. She wanted to leave immediately, but since she had as much opportunity to observe Charlie as anyone, Kirk asked her to stay. Besides, Kirk liked her, although he naively believed that this was a secret from her. Earth's history is full of cases where a small child managed to survive in the wilds, McCoy continued. "I have read some of your legends," said Spock, who was born on the extrasolar planet Vulcan.
"It seems that all such children required a she-wolf to look after them."
"Well, what's the point of the boy lying if the Tatians did exist?"
"There is some evidence, however, that they existed at least a millennium ago," Spock noted. "The first exploration expedition reported finding some very sophisticated artifacts, and conditions have not changed on Tassia for at least 3 million years. In fact, some of them may have survived." "Charlie claims there was no one," Kirk noted. The fact that he survived indicates that there were. I checked the library computer records for Tetsuya. It says, no edible plant food. He simply needed someone's help. I think you think less of him than he deserves, McCoy said. Okay, that's how it'll be for now, Kirk said. Mr. Spock, get a debriefing program ready for Charlie. Keep him occupied until we get to Colony 5, where he can be handled by experienced educators.
In the meantime, he should at least be out of our way here on board this ship. Chief Rand, what do you think of our problem child?
Well, she drawled, maybe I'm a little prejudiced. I didn't want to tell you about it. But, yesterday, he caught up with me in the hallway and offered me a bottle of perfume. My favorite. I didn't know he knew that. And there's none like that on the ship, I'm sure of it. McCoy chuckled. And just as I was about to ask him where he got them, he slapped me on the soft spot. After that, I tried to find myself somewhere else as quickly as possible. There was an explosion of surprised laughter, which immediately died down. Anything else? Kirk asked. Nothing special. Did you know he can do card tricks? Wait a minute, where did he learn this? I don't know, but he's a master of them. I was playing solitaire in the lounge when he walked in. Lieutenant Uhura was playing the keyboard and humming "Charlie, My Darling." And at first he seemed to think she was making fun of him, but when he realized she wasn't addressing him personally, he came over and watched me. He seemed surprised that I couldn't get the game to line up. Suddenly he made it line up without even touching the cards. I swear he did. I was just surprised when it came together. And he took some cards and did a whole series of tricks, very clever ones, the best manual technique I've ever seen. He explained that one of the Antares crew had taught him the tricks. I could tell he enjoyed my undivided attention, but I didn't want to encourage him too much, especially after the slapping incident. I'm afraid he picked up that trick from me, McCoy sighed. I have no doubt that was the case, Kirk said, but I still think it would be best to talk to him. Feeling like a daddy, Jim? McCoy said with a grin. Dry up, chatterbox. I just want him to stay in control.
Charlie jumped up as Kirk entered his cabin. Every finger, arm, and knee seemed to bend in some strange way. Kirk only managed to nod his head in greeting when he blurted out, "I didn't do anything!"
Calm down, Charlie. I just wanted to see how you were settling in. Okay, I guess I should have asked you why I shouldn't have. I don't know how to explain it. Try being direct about it, Charlie, Kirk advised. That usually helps. Well, in the hallway, I was talking to, when Petty Officer Rand. Suddenly, his face tense. He took a quick step forward and slapped Kirk across the seat. I did it like this, and she didn't like it. She said you'll explain to me why. Well, Kirk said, trying not to smile. The point is, there are certain ways you can behave with a woman, but there are certain things you can't do. Like, you can't hit a woman. Man to man is one thing, man to woman is another. Do you understand? I don't know. Probably, yes.
Even if you don't understand, you'll have to take my word for it.
In the meantime, I'm making you a cheat sheet, Charlie, about how you could help yourself learn everything you missed while you were sitting alone on Tatsia. It's very kind of you to do all this for me, Charlie said. He seemed genuinely pleased. Do you like me? The calm question caught Kirk off guard. I don't know, he answered just as calmly. It takes time to like people. You have to watch what they do, try to understand them. It doesn't happen right away. Oh, Charlie said. Captain Kirk, Uhura's voice broke into their conversation over the intercom. Excuse me, Charlie, Kirk is here.
Captain Raymart of the Antares on Channel D. He wishes to speak with you personally. Good. I'll come to the command bridge now. Can I come with you? Charlie asked when Kirk hung up. I'm afraid not, Charlie. That's the ship's commander's prerogative. I won't bother anyone, Charlie begged him. I'll stay away from everyone. The boy's need for human company was simply touching, despite how awkwardly he tried to explain that he now needed to make up for the years spent alone. Okay, fine, Kirk agreed. But only with my permission. Agreed? Agreed! Charlie exclaimed happily, and followed Kirk like a puppy. On the command bridge, Lieutenant Uhura, her face as still as her tribal statues, asked into the microphone, "Can't you increase the transmission level, Antares? We can barely hear you. We're at full power, Enterprise," said Ramart's voice, very distant and barely audible. "I must speak to Captain Kirk immediately." Kirk walked up to the console and picked up the microphone. "Kirk is here, Captain Ramart." "Well, thank God, Captain, we can barely hear you. I must warn you." His voice died away. Now there was no sound coming from the speaker, except the white noise of star space. Not even the carrier wave could be heard. "See if you can catch him again," Kirk ordered. "Nothing to catch, Captain," Lieutenant Uhura said with annoyance. "They're not transmitting anything anymore." "Keep the channel open." Behind Kirk, Charlie said in a quiet voice. It was an old ship, not very well designed. Kirk stared at him, then turned sharply to Spock's console. "Mr. Spock, check the location from which the transmission was made with scanning sensors." "I have already located the location," Spock replied immediately. "But there are unusual ripples there, even for such a distance." Kirk turned back to the guy. "What happened, Charlie? Do you know?" Charlie looked at him with an expression that resembled barely suppressed defiance. "I don't know," he answered. "The ripple zone is growing wider," Spock reported. "And I'm detecting distinct splashes at the edges now. They appear to be debris." "But there is no Antares?" "Captain Kirk, this is Antares," Spock replied quietly. "There is no other explanation possible. It is quite obvious that the ship exploded." Kirk continued to stare into Charlie's eyes. The boy turned away. "I'm sorry he blew up," Charlie said finally. He seemed a little out of it, but nothing more. "But I won't regret them. They weren't good. They didn't love me. I can say that." There was a long, terribly tense silence. Finally, Kirk carefully unclenched his fists. "Charlie," he said, "one of the first things you've got to get rid of is that damn cold-bloodedness of yours, or your selfishness or whatever it is. Until you get that under control, you're less than half a man." Kirk fell silent, as, to his surprise, Charlie began to cry. "He what?" Kirk asked, staring at Petty Officer Rand, who stood before him. She looked very uncomfortable, but still held up well. "He tried to court me," she repeated. Not that it took him many words. No, but it was still a long, if halting, speech for him. "He wants me."
"Sergeant, he's a 17-year-old boy." "Exactly," the girl answered. "And all this because of a slap?" "No, sir," she said, "because of his speech. Captain, I know that look. I'm not 17 anymore. And if I don't do something, sooner or later I'll have to push Charlie away, maybe spank him myself, and not in jest. And that won't do him any good. I'm his first love, his first downfall, and the first woman he's ever seen, and—" She took a breath. "Captain, this is all too much for one person, even if it's all coming at him one at a time. And altogether, it's just too much. Charlie just doesn't understand normal refusals. If I try to refuse him in a way that he'll understand, there could be trouble. Do you understand me?" "I suppose so, Chief," Kirk replied. And yet he couldn't quite take the situation seriously.
Though I didn't think I'd have to explain all this about the birds and the bees to anyone, at least not my age. But I'll call him right away. Thank you, sir. She left. Kirk called Charlie. He appeared almost immediately, as if he had been expecting something like this. Come in, Charlie. Sit down. The boy walked over to the chair opposite Kirk's desk and sat down cautiously, as if in a trap. As before, he again beat Kirk to the punch. "Janice," he whispered. "Senior Officer Rand. It's because of her, isn't it? Damn this boy's speed." "Not really. It mostly concerns you. I won't spank her like that again. I promised." "Well, that's not all," Kirk said. "There's something you need to learn, to understand." "Everything I do or say is wrong," Charlie said desperately. "I'm in everyone's way. Dr. McCoy won't show me the rules. I don't know who I am, or what I'm supposed to be, or even what. And I don't know why I hurt so much inside all the time." "But I do know," Kirk said, "and you will live. Nothing dangerous has happened to you, or anything that hasn't happened to every male human since they were born. There's no way to get around it, or jump over it. You'll have to live through it, Charlie." "But it's like it's turning me inside out. I'm always dazed. Janice, Petty Officer Rand. She wants to give me to someone else. Petty Officer Lawton. Well, he doesn't even smell like a girl. No one on this ship is like Janice, and I don't want anyone else." "That's right," Kirk soothed him gently. "Charlie, there are millions of things in the universe you can have, but there are also about 100 million others you can't have. There's nothing pleasant about realizing that, but you'll have to live with it. That's just the way it is." "I don't like it," Charlie said, as if that explained everything. "I don't blame you, but you'll have to endure it and survive. By the way, that reminds me. Your next class is unarmed defense. Come with me to the gym and try to practice a few falls." Many centuries ago, back in the Victorian era, there was a belief that grueling exercise helps to distract one from the thought of a woman. I've never tried it myself, but I think it's worth a try. Charlie was incredibly clumsy, but no more so than any newbie. Ship's Officer Sam Ellis, a member of McCoy's crew who was dressed like Kirk and Charlie in sports uniform, was very patient with him. "That's better. When you fall, slap the mat, Charlie. It absorbs the impact. Now do it again." Ellis dropped to the mat of his own accord and rolled gracefully to his feet. "Like this. I'll never learn this," Charlie said sadly. "You'll learn," Kirk assured him. "Go ahead." Charlie fell awkwardly. He had forgotten to brace himself and remembered only at the last moment, so the slap was accompanied by a fairly strong blow. "Well, that's better," Kirk said. "Like anything, it takes practice." Again. This time he did better. "There you go," Kirk said. "Okay, Sam. Now show him the shoulder roll." Ellis hit the mat and was back on his feet again, quickly and easily. "I don't want to do this," Charlie said. "But it's part of the course," Kirk explained. "It's not hard. Look." He did the somersault himself. "Try." "No. You said you would teach me to fight, not roll around on the floor. You've got to learn how to fall without hurting yourself before we can do this part. Sam, it's probably best if we show him. A couple of easy throws." "Sure," Ellis agreed. The two officers grappled, and Ellis, in much better shape than Kirk, allowed the captain to throw him. Then, rising to his feet, Ellis tossed him over himself like a pack of cards. Kirk rolled over and sprang to his feet, pleased with the fight. "Now do you understand what I meant?" "I think so," Charlie replied.
It doesn't look that hard from the outside. He came up and tackled Kirk, trying to get the hold he had seen Ellis use. He was strong, but he hadn't built up the strength needed. Kirk countered and threw him over. It wasn't a strong throw, but Charlie had forgotten to collect himself as he hit the mat again. He jumped to his feet, red with anger, and glared at Kirk. "That won't do," Ellis said, grinning. "You're gonna fall a lot more, Charlie." Charlie turned to him abruptly. In a low, tense voice, he said, "Don't laugh at me." "Calm down, Charlie," Ellis said, now openly grinning. "A good half of this wisdom is not to lose your head." "Don't laugh at me," Charlie shouted. Ellis threw up his hands, but the smile didn't leave his face. A second later, there was a bang, like the world's largest light bulb bursting. Ellis was gone. Kirk stared blankly at the spot where Ellis had just stood. Charlie froze for a moment too, and then began to move cautiously toward the door. "Stop," Kirk ordered. Charlie stopped, but did not turn to face Kirk. "He shouldn't have laughed at me," Charlie said. "It's not nice to laugh at anyone." I tried to be patient.
Not really. Okay, it doesn't matter. What happened? What did you do to my officer?
"He disappeared."
Charlie answered sullenly. That's not an answer.
"He disappeared."
The boy repeated.
"That's all I know. I didn't want it. He made me. He laughed at me."
Kirk went pale. What if Janice had to spank him? And there was the explosion of the Antares. Kirk quickly walked over to the nearest intercom and turned it on. Charlie turned to look at him. "Captain Kirk is in the gym," Kirk said. "2 security men here, immediately."
"What are you going to do with me?"
Charlie asked. "I'm sending you to your cabin, and I want you to stay there."
"I won't let them touch me,"
Charlie said quietly.
"I'll make them disappear too."
"They won't hurt you." Charlie didn't answer, but he had the look of a caged animal about to pounce on his trainer. The door opened, and 2 security men walked in. They each had phasers in their holsters.
They stopped and looked at Kirk. "Go with them, Charlie. We'll talk about this later, when we've both calmed down. You have to explain everything to me clearly."
Kirk nodded towards Charlie. The guards came up to him and took him by the arms, or, more accurately, they tried to. In fact, Kirk was sure, they never touched him. One of them simply staggered back, while the other was thrown violently against the wall, as if he had suddenly found himself in the grip of a hurricane. Still, he managed to stay on his feet and reached for his weapon.
"No!"
Kirk yelled. The order came a little too late, however. The gun vanished from the guard's hand as soon as he took aim at Charlie. It vanished just as Sam Ellis had vanished. Charlie looked at Kirk, his eyes narrowed and gleaming defiantly.
"Charlie,
Kirk said.
you're behaving very badly. Go to your cabin." "No." "Go with the guards, or I'll grab you and carry you there myself."
He began to move slowly.
"This is your only choice, Charlie. Either you do as I tell you, or you'll have to send me where you sent the phaser and Sam Ellis." "Oh, okay," Charlie said, giving in. Kirk took a deep breath. "But tell them not to touch me and to keep their hands to themselves. They won't do anything bad to you, if only you do as I tell you." Kirk called a general briefing on the bridge, but Charlie was quicker. By the time all of Kirk's officers were there were no phasers left on the ship. Charlie had made them disappear. Kirk explained what had happened, briefly and sullenly. "From the way things have turned out," McCoy said, "it's quite clear that Charlie didn't need any help from the hypothetical Tations. He could have met all his own needs." "Not necessarily," Spock said. "We only know that he can make things disappear, not appear. I admit that this alone could be of considerable use to him." "What is the possibility," Kirk asked, "that he himself is a Tatsian? Or at least something completely unprecedented for an alien?" "It's quite possible," McCoy replied. "But I'm inclined to rule it out. I examined him thoroughly, if you recall. He's human, down to his blood type. Of course, I could have missed something, but he was hooked up to a life control console. The machine would have sounded at least 16 alarms if anything had been wrong. Well, either way, he is inhumanly strong, Spock said, and it is highly likely that the Antares was destroyed by him. Despite the great distance, well beyond the range of the ship's phasers. Very well, said McCoy. Under these circumstances, how are we going to keep him locked up? It's more complicated than that, Chatterbox, Kirk said. We can't bring him to Colony 5. Can you imagine what he'd do in an open, normal environment? Of course, McCoy had no idea. Kirk jumped up and began pacing. Charlie is still a boy. A man, perhaps, but completely inexperienced in dealing with other people. He is hot-tempered because he wants everything at once, and everything is not yet quite within his reach. He is full of adolescent pain and wants to be one of us, wants to be loved, useful, but... I remember when I was 17. I wanted to be able to make things and people that irritated me disappear. It is a dream of power that most boys that age have, and Charlie does not need to wish for it. He can. In other words, to stay alive, gentlemen, we're going to have to be damn careful not to irritate him. Otherwise, bam. Irritation is relative, Captain, Spock said. It will depend on how Charlie feels minute by minute. And because of his history or lack thereof, we have no way of knowing what little thing will set him off next, no matter how hard we try. He is the most destructive weapon in the galaxy, and he is on edge. No, Kirk said, he's not a weapon. He has one, and that's the difference we can make. He's a child in a man's body, trying to become a full man. It's not that he's cruel. It's just ignorance. There he is, McCoy said, with false cordiality. Kirk turned his chair and saw Charlie coming down the escalator, smiling serenely. Hello, said the most destructive weapon in the galaxy. I think I asked you to stay in the cabin, Charlie. True, he replied, the smile fading from his face. But I was just tired there. Well, good. You're here. Maybe you can answer a few of our questions. Are you responsible for what happened to Antares? Why? Because I want to know. Answer me, Charlie. Everyone held their breath as Charlie considered his answer. Finally, he said, Yes. Among the shielding tiles of their nurse generator, there was one bad one. I made it disappear. It would have failed sooner or later anyway. You could have told them about it. Why? Charlie asked. They didn't like me, and they treated me badly. You saw them when they brought me on board to get rid of me. They won't be able to do that again. What about us? Kirk asked.
Oh, I need you. I have to get to Colony 5, but if you treat me badly, I'll think of something else.
The young man suddenly turned and walked out. McCoy wiped the sweat from his forehead.
Well, you took a risk.
We can't walk on eggshells forever, Kirk said. If any action, any question is going to be an irritant, we're going to have to make sure nothing upsets him. Otherwise, we'll all be paralyzed. Captain, Spock said slowly, do you not think that a force field might hold him? He is too cunning to be lured into a prison cell. But we might try to install a force field in his own quarters. All the lab cables run down the main corridor on Deck 5, and we might be able to use them. It is a slim chance, of course, but how long will it take you? Kirk asked. Presumably 72 hours. It's going to be a long 72 hours, Mr. Spock. Get to it. Spock nodded and left.
Lieutenant Uhura, call Colony 5. I want to speak to the administrator. Lieutenant Zulu, plot a course away from Colony 5. Not too drastically, just enough to buy us the time we need. Chatterbox. He was interrupted by a loud crack of spark discharge and a muffled cry of pain from Uhura. She clasped her twitching hands between her knees. McCoy jumped up and tried to pry her cramped fingers apart.
Everything's fine.
She said,
I think it's just shock. But why was the panel so charged?
Probably for a very good reason, Kirk said grimly. Don't touch her until I say so. What does it look like, Chatterbox? Minor burns, McCoy replied. But who knows what might happen next? I can tell you, Zulu said. I can't enter new coordinates into this console. It's working, but it refuses to accept the change in course. We're dead set on Colony 5. I'm in a hurry, Charlie's voice said.
He was descending the escalator again, but stopped when he saw the undisguised fury on Kirk's face.
I'm getting tired of this, Kirk said. What about the transmitter? You don't have to worry about all this subspace chatter, Charlie said apologetically. If there are any difficulties, I'll handle them myself. I'm a fast learner. I don't need your help, Kirk said. Charlie, there's nothing I can do right now to stop you from interfering. But I'll tell you this, you're absolutely right. I don't like you. I don't like you at all. Now get out. I'll go, Charlie said coldly. I don't care that you don't like me now. But you'll soon change your mind about me. I'll make you. When he left, McCoy began cursing under his breath. Stop it, Chatterbox, it won't help. Lieutenant Uhura, check if it's just the external communications that shorted out or the intercom as well. No, it looks like the intercom is fine, Captain.
Okay, get me Petty Officer Rand. Janice, I have a most unpleasant job for you. Possibly the most unpleasant job you've ever been asked to do. I want you to lure Charlie to his quarters. That's it. We'll watch. But remember, if you anger him, there's little we can do to protect you. You can refuse if you want. You might not even get out. If it doesn't work, Rand's voice replied, it won't be for lack of trying. They watched, Spock's hands hovering over the button that activated the force field. At first, Janice was alone in Charlie's quarters, and the wait seemed very long. Finally, the door slid open, and the teenager stepped into the camera's field of view, his expression a mixture of hope and suspicion. It's very kind of you to come here, he began, but I don't trust people anymore. They're all so confused and hateful. No, they're not like that, Janice said. You just didn't take into account how they feel. You have to wait. In that case, do you like me? Yes. Enough to try to fix you somehow. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here.
That's great, Charlie said. I can be good too. Look, I've got something for you. From behind his back, which was now in the camera's field of view, he took out a single rose and handed it to the girl. There was not a single rose on board the starship. Judging by the rose and the perfume, he really could make things appear as well as disappear. It was a terrible sign. Pink is your favorite color, isn't it? Charlie asked. The books say that all girls like pink. Blue is for boys. That's nice, Charlie. But now is not the time for courtship. I really need to talk to you. But you wanted to come to me. All the books say that means something very important. He reached out, trying to touch her face. Janice instinctively stepped back, trying to move toward the doors, which were now remotely controlled, the remote control in Spock's hand. But the girl couldn't see where she was backing up, and she ran into a chair.
No, I told you that I just want to talk to you. That's all.
But I just wanted to be good for you.
She somehow passed the chair and continued to back away unnoticed.
There's only one clause in Charlie's law.
She said,
What do you mean? What is this?
Charlie's law states that everyone had better be good to Charlie. Otherwise, it's not true.
the boy shouted.
No? Where is Sam Ellis? I don't know where he is. He just disappeared, Janice. I just want to be good. They won't let me. I can give you anything you want. Just tell me. Okay.
Janice said.
Then I think it would be best if you let me go. That's all I want right now. But you said,
The boy swallowed and tried to speak again.
Janice, I love you. No, you don't love. You don't know what that word means. Then show me,
He said, reaching for her. Her back was already in the doorway, and Spock turned the switch. The boy's eyes widened as the door slid open and Janice stepped out. He lunged after her, but another switch tripped. The force field activated, and Charlie was thrown back into the cabin. He stood there for a moment, like a stallion in a stable, nostrils flaring and breathing hard. Then he said, Okay then. He moved forward slowly. Kirk turned the camera to follow him. Charlie passed through the force field, as if it didn't exist. He turned back to Janice. Why did you do this? He asked. You didn't even let me try. And none of you. Fine, from now on, I won't try. I won't keep any of you safe except the ones I need. I don't need you. Then there was another distinctive explosion. Janice was gone. The world around Kirk turned into a gray, sickly fog. Charlie, he croaked. The intercom carried his voice to the cabin. The boy turned toward the sound like a blind man. You too, Captain, he said. What you did was wrong too. I'm leaving you for now. The Enterprise is not a ship like the Antares. The Antares was easy to fly, but if you try to hurt me, I'll make other people disappear. I'll go up to the bridge now. I can't stop you, Kirk replied. I know you can't. Being human isn't that hard. I'm not human, but I can do some things. You can't. Maybe I'm human and you're not. Kirk hung up and looked at the senior officer. After a while, the officer said these were his last words, as far as I understood. It seems so. And what, the field didn't react to Charlie at all the second time? Yes. It passed through him like a beam of light. Even easier, I could stop the beam of light, knowing its frequency. It seems there is little that it cannot do, excluding the ability to control the ship and reach the fifth colony on your own. Small consolation. They both broke off their conversation when Charlie walked in. He walked unnaturally straight, without a word to anyone. He walked up to the navigator's chair and motioned for Zulu to release it. After exchanging a quick glance with Kirk, Zulu obediently stood up. And Charlie sat down and began fiddling with the controls. The ship jerked and tilted slightly, and he jerked his hands away. Show me what to do, he asked Zulu. It would take 30 years of study. Don't argue with me. Just show me. Go ahead, show him, Kirk interjected. Maybe he'll blow us up. It's better than letting him get to the fifth colony. Captain Kirk, Lieutenant Uhura interjected. I've picked up something from the outside on subspace channel F. I think it's going ship to ship. The instruments are picking it up. I can't hear it. There's nothing there, Charlie said, his voice rough. Just leave them alone. Captain? I'm the captain, Charlie interjected. Kirk suddenly realized that Charlie was afraid, and somehow he felt that the Enterprise should get this message. Charlie, he said, did you create this message yourself, or did you block the one that was coming? This is my game, Mr. Kirk, Charlie replied. You must find out for yourselves. As you said, these are the rules of the game. He rose from his chair and said to Zulu, You may take it now. The course is set for the fifth colony. It was unlikely that he could have done anything in that short period of time, other than make a few crude attempts to get hold of the controls.
The lock he had set up at the beginning was probably still in effect. But in any case, the situation was still rather unpleasant. After all, it was about 12 hours' flight to the fifth colony. And yet, Charlie's hands were visibly shaking. Kirk said, "Okay, Charlie. It's a game, but the game is over. I don't think you can control the ship much longer. You're at your limit, and you can't do anything else. But you're going to have to deal with me." "I could have sent you earlier," Charlie replied.
"Don't make me do it now. You wouldn't dare. You have my starship. I want it back. And my entire crew. Even if I have to break your neck." "Don't push me," Charlie whispered. "Don't push me." The next moment, an explosion of pain threw Kirk onto the deck. He couldn't help but groan. "Sorry," Charlie said, sweating. "Sorry." Suddenly, the subspace transmitter began to hum loudly, and then began to transmit distinct signals. Uhura reached for the decoder. "Stop it!" the boy shouted in confusion. "I said stop it!" The pain was gone. Kirk was free. After a moment's hesitation, he leapt to his feet. Spock and McCoy were also advancing, but Kirk was closer. He had his fist raised. "The console is free," Zulu's voice came from behind him. "The ship is responding to the controls." Charlie dodged Kirk, sobbing. He had never seemed so much like a captain as he did now. He couldn't even command himself. Kirk dropped his hand in amazement. Bang! Janice Rand appeared on the bridge, holding out both hands to steady herself. She was very pale and shaken, but otherwise unharmed. "Clap! That was one hell of a fall, Jim," came Sam Ellis's voice. "Take it easy next time. Hey, what's all this about?" "Message received," Lieutenant Uhura's voice said dispassionately. "Ship on the starboard side says she's from Tasia." With a cry of panic, Charlie fell to the deck, pounding it with his fists. "Don't listen! Don't listen!" he screamed. "No, no, please! I can't live with them any longer!" Kirk watched impassively, unmoving. The boy who had bullied and bossed them around for so long was crushed before his eyes. "You're my friends! You said you were my friends! Remember when I got on the starship?" He looked at Kirk piteously. "Take me home to the fifth colony. That's all I want. That's all I really want." "Captain," Spock said calmly, "something is happening here. It looks like a teleportation materialization." "Look." Feeling like a man caught in a giant domino falling all at once, Kirk glanced at Spock. Something was indeed materializing on the bridge. Spock could only just be seen through it. It was an irregular oval, 2/3 the height of a man, and it was gradually becoming denser. It wavered and changed, shifting in color. For a moment it looked like a huge human face, then like something that was not even remotely human, then like the distorted silhouette of a distant but enormous structure. It seemed incapable of maintaining any shape for very long. Methero, then it spoke. The voice was deep and booming, but it did not come from the creature, but from a subspace transmitter. But like the creature itself, the voice was constantly changing, blurring, falling silent, changing color, as if slipping out of control. "We are very sorry about what happened," he said. "We realized too late that the human boy had escaped from us. We searched for him for a long time, since we had long forgotten about space travel. We are deeply saddened that his escape cost the lives of those people who were on the first ship. We could not help them, because they exploded in this frame of the universe. But we returned your people and your weapons, since they were unharmed in the next frame.
Now everything is as before. There is no need to fear him. He is under our control." "No," Charlie gasped, his body racked with convulsive sobs. He rose to his knees and grabbed Kirk's hand. "I'll never do it again. Please, I'll be good. I'll never do anything like that. I'm sorry about Antares, I really am. Please, let me come with you. Please." "Oh-ho," McCoy exhaled. "So you talk about landing paratroopers." "It's not that simple," Kirk said, looking at the Tassianan. "Charlie destroyed that first ship, and he must be punished for it. But thanks to you, the rest of the damage has been compensated. And besides, he is a man and should be with people." "You're crazy," McCoy said. "Shut up, chatterbox. He's one of us. The cure might actually make him one of us. Reunite him with people. We should at least help him with that, if he doesn't use his powers."
"We gave him this power,"
the creature said.
"so that he could live. It cannot be taken away or forgotten. He will use it and will be unable to help himself. He will destroy you and your people, or you will be forced to destroy him. Only we can offer him life."
"Not exactly," Kirk said. "You're offering him prison, not even half a life."
"We know, but this harm was done to him a long time ago, and there is little we can do. Since we are guilty of this, we must take care of him. Come here, Charles Evans."
"Don't let them!" Charlie cried. "Don't let them take me! Captain! Janice! Don't you understand? I can't even touch them!" The youth and the Tatsianan disappeared in complete silence. Only the polyphonic sounds of the Enterprise's mechanisms could be heard. And the cry of sobbing Janice Rand. The cry of a mother for her lost child. Dagger of the Mind. Simon Van Gelder found himself aboard the Enterprise after escaping from the Tantalus penal colony via a teleporter transmitter, using a crate addressed to the Bureau of Corrections in Stockholm. It was a desperate attempt, if not a very wise one, in its execution. He had barely been on board for more than 3 minutes when Tristan Adams, the colony's director and chief medical officer, informed Captain Spock of the escape. A potentially, particularly dangerous case, and a search was launched. However, in that short time, Van Gelder, 6 feet 4 inches tall and in his early 40s, was able to ambush a crew member, knock him out, and swap clothes with him, thus acquiring a phaser. Unrecognized, he made his way to the command bridge, where he demanded asylum, and was able to paralyze operations for another 3 minutes before being disarmed and captured, with one of Mr. Spock's famous paralysis techniques. He was then taken to the hospital bay. And that was it. Or at least, that was what it was supposed to be. The next step was to check the prisoner's well-being, and then beam him back to Tantalus, where he would be treated by Dr. Adams. Kirk had long been an admirer of Dr. Adams's rehabilitation system, and had always regretted that the ship's schedule had not allowed him to visit the colony under a plausible pretext. Now this strange case seemed to present an excellent opportunity. Besides, there was something else about Van Gelder himself that intrigued Kirk. In their brief encounter, he had not seemed like an ordinary criminal, even though he had been cornered, and Kirk did not know whether the mentally ill were sent to Tantalus as well as criminals. So he went to the hospital bay to visit the prisoner. Dr. McCoy had him sedated and strapped down for good measure while he checked his vital signs. The prisoner was asleep, and in his sleep his face was calm, relaxed, and vulnerable like a child's. "The EEG shows delta waves," McCoy said, gesturing to the vital signs panel. "It's very unusual, but it's not schizophrenia or brain damage or anything I'm familiar with. When he was brought in, I had to triple the sedatives to—" He was interrupted by a sound coming from the bed, a strange combination of a groan and a growl. The patient was regaining consciousness and was trying to free himself. The report mentioned that he was quite talkative, Kirk noted, but not very informative. He would say one thing, then seem to forget, then say something else. And yet the little I've managed to understand so far seems to have an echo of truth.
It's a pity we don't have time to observe him properly.
So that's the system, eh? Said the man hoarsely, lying on the bed, still struggling with his bonds. Get him back. Wash your hands of it. Let someone else worry about it. Damn you.
What's your name?
Kirk asked. My name is... Kirk suddenly felt as if the man was struggling not with the bonds that were restricting his movements, but with some kind of pain. My name is Simon von Gelder. He leaned back in bed and quietly added, I don't think you've heard of me before. He mentioned the same name before, McCoy interjected. Really? Van Gelder asked. I forgot. I was a director on the Tantalus colony. Not a prisoner, I was an assistant, a graduate. His face twisted. And then I did my diploma work in... The harder the man tried to remember, the more painful it seemed to be for him to do so. Don't worry, Kirk said softly. It's all right.
I know, Van Gelder said through clenched teeth.
They erased it all, edited it, cleaned it up. They destroyed me. I don't want to forget it. I don't want to go back there. Better to die. Die. Suddenly he became violent again, struggling and screaming, his face a blind, furious mask. McCoy leaned toward him. The hiss of the injector was heard. The screaming turned to a muttering, and then stopped altogether. Any guesses? Kirk asked. Well, there's one thing I don't have to assume, McCoy replied. He doesn't want to go back to this. How did you describe it? More of a resort than a prison? Clearly a cage is a cage, whatever you call it. Or something serious happened down there, Kirk said thoughtfully. Be careful with him, Bones. I'll do a little research. By the time Kirk returned to the bridge, Spock was already removing the tape from the viewing unit. I got this from our library, Captain, he said. Our prisoner is undoubtedly Dr. Van Gelder. Doctor? That's right. 6 months ago, he was sent to the Tantalus colony as Dr. Adams' assistant. Not sentenced, appointed. A highly respected man in his field. Kirk thought about what he had heard for a moment, then turned to the communications officer. Lieutenant Uhura, connect me with Dr. Adams on Tantalus. Doctor, this is Captain Kirk of the Enterprise. This concerns the man who escaped from you. Is Dr. Van Gelder all right? Adams' voice interrupted, a note of alarm clearly in it. And your men? No injuries? In that wild state he is in. No harm has come to him or anyone else, sir. Van Gelder felt that he had no moral right to subject another person to something he had not experienced himself. As Adams spoke, McCoy came out of the elevator and walked over to the computer library, listening with Kirk and Spock. And when he met Kirk's gaze, he made a gesture as ancient as the world. He ran his hand across his throat. I see, Kirk said into the microphone. Please wait a moment, Dr. Adams. Uhura cut the connection, and Kirk turned sharply to McCoy. Explain. None of this rings true, Jim, said the physician. I don't think our patient's condition is his own doing. Something was done to him. There's no proof, though, it's just an impression, but a strong one. That's not enough, Kirk said, irritated for some reason. You're not dealing with an ordinary penal colony here, Bones.
Adams has done more to revolutionize and humanize prisons and the treatment of criminals in the last 20 years than the rest of humanity has done in 40 centuries.
I was in the penal colonies when his method was used on criminals. They're not cells anymore. They're clean, normal hospitals for sick people. I'm not going to throw around baseless accusations against a man like that. Who said anything about accusations? McCoy said coldly. We just need to ask questions. Offer to investigate. If something's wrong, Adams will try to weasel out of it. Do you think that could hurt? I think not. Kirk nodded to Uhura, who reactivated the comm. Dr. Adams, unfortunately I find that embarrassing. But one of my officers has just reminded me that, according to the precise rules of our starship registries, I am required to open an investigation into the matter, so that a proper report. No need to apologize, Captain Kirk, said Adams's voice. I'd be only too glad if you could beam up here and sort this out for yourself. As you understand, we don't get many visitors here. Yes, I'd be most grateful if you'd limit yourself to a minimum of company during the inspection. We have to limit our outside contacts as much as possible.
I see. I've visited penal colonies before. Very good. Over and out. Are you satisfied, McCoy?
Temporarily.
The medic answered, not at all embarrassed. Good. Either way, we'll keep Van Gelder here until I finish my investigation. Find me someone in your department who has experience in psychiatry and penology. If possible, let it be one person.
Helen Noel, I think, would be a good fit. She has a master's degree, but she has already published several articles on rehabilitation issues.
Very good. Teleportation in an hour. Although there were many women among the officers of the Enterprise, Helen Noel came as a surprise to Kirk. He had not known that this young and almost impossibly pretty girl was a member of the ship's crew. They had first met at a Christmas party in the medical lab.
At the time, he had been under the impression that she was a passenger. Female passengers seemed to be more likely to be treated to conversation with the captain. The festive atmosphere had won Kirk over in her eyes. And now it turned out that she was, though even then, an addition to the ship's medical team. Her expression when they met in the teleporter room had been reserved, but he could see that she enjoyed his embarrassment. Tantalus was a bleak, lifeless, desolate world, with a vile, hurricane-like climate. The planet's atmosphere was mostly nitrogen, with a few noble gases thrown in, making it a bad place to try to escape. In that respect, it was much like other penal colonies. And as usual, the colony itself was underground, with a small structure on the surface housing a teleportation bay, an elevator, and a few other service modules. Dr. Tristan Adams met them in his office. He was in his early 40s, with a good-natured face, marked with old freckles. He had an aggressively friendly manner that seemed to promise a firm handshake, humor, a swig of brandy at the right time, and constant cordiality. He hardly seemed venerable, despite the enormous reputation he had earned. His office resembled his master. It was a little unkempt, but not slovenly, furnished with the comfort and taste of a lover of primitive sculpture and, at the same time, of social medicine. With him was a tall, if somewhat aloof, young woman whom he introduced as Leda. Kirk noticed something odd about her, but could not place it, perhaps the lack of ease in her gestures and voice. As if anticipating such a reaction, Dr. Adams continued. Leda came here for treatment, but now she has stayed with us as a therapist, and a very good one. I like my job, the girl said in a colorless voice. Kirk asked Adams, with a look asking for permission. Who were you before you ended up here?
I was a different person, Leda replied. Evil. Hateful. May I ask you what crime you committed? I don't know, Leda replied. It doesn't matter. That person no longer exists. Part of our treatment, Captain, is to bury the past, Adams said. If the patient can live with his memories, all is well. But if the memories are unbearable, why drag them along? The burden of carrying them is enough. Shall we begin the tour? I'm afraid we don't have time to do a full tour, Kirk said. Under the circumstances,
I'd like to see the experimental apparatus that injured Dr. Van Gelder. After all, it's the crux of our investigation. Well, that's absolutely right. Few people like to talk about their failures. But still, a negative result is important, if you follow me. One moment, Kirk said, pulling a transmitter from his pants pocket. I need to contact the ship. If you'll excuse me. Adams nodded, and Kirk stepped aside, turning slightly away. A moment later, Spock's quiet voice was heard. Van Gelder is no better, but Dr. McCoy has pulled some more information from his memory. It doesn't change the situation much, though. He insists that Adams is a bad guy, and the machine is dangerous. No details.
Okay, I'll contact you every 4 hours. So far, everything seems to be in order. Over and out. Ready, Captain? Adams asked amiably. Okay, this way, please.
Dela, the state of the sun, by no, Dela, Greymudge, Wrens of Self. The room in which Van Gelder had apparently undergone his mysterious transformation looked to Kirk's untrained eye like any other medical room, perhaps most resembling an X-ray lab. A patient, apparently unconscious, was lying on the table when Adams, Kirk, and Helen entered. A small but sophisticated instrument suspended from the ceiling focused a narrow monochromatic beam, like a laser, on the patient's forehead. A uniformed physician stood near the door, at a small, unscreened console. Apparently the radiation, whatever it was not dangerous even at such a short distance. All seemed perfectly calm. That's our device, Adams said softly. A neural potentiator, or suppressor. The two terms sound like polar opposites, but they actually refer to the same effect. Increasing the conductivity of neurons, which in turn increases the number of connections between brain cells. And at a certain level, we predicted from existing information theory that more connections would lead to a loss of information. We thought it would help the patient better cope with his most disturbing thoughts and memories. But the effect is only temporary. I doubt it will be as useful as we hoped. Kirk chuckled. Then if that doesn't quite help, why do we use this device? Adams smiled apologetically. We hope. That's all, Captain. Perhaps we can still get some benefit from it, especially in severe cases, not excluding such as palliatives. Since tranquilizers, Helen Noel suggested, do not act continuously, it is necessary to constantly inject them into a person's blood in order to keep him under control. Adams nodded in agreement. That's right, Doctor. He turned toward the door, but Kirk continued to stare at the patient lying on the table. Suddenly, he turned to the therapist and asked, How does this device work? It's simple enough. It's not selective, the therapist replied. Just a switch, an on-off switch, and a potentiometer. We used to try to match the output to the patient's delta rhythm when he or she was at rest, but we found that it didn't matter. The brain seemed to be doing the monitoring itself, with just a little help from the outside. But of course, we had to know the patient well. You can't just put him on the table and expect the machine to process him like a computer tape. And we shouldn't talk much in his presence, for the same reason, Adams said, his voice sounding a little irritated for the first time. It would be best if you waited until we got back to the office to explain further. I prefer to ask questions when they arise, Kirk explained. The captain, Helen explained to Adams, is an impulsive man. Adams smiled. You remind me a little of the ancient skeptic who demanded to be taught all the wisdom of the world while he stood on one leg. I just want to be sure, Kirk said stonily, that this is where Dr. Van Gelder's accident happened. Yes, Adams replied, and it was his own carelessness, as you have already understood. I do not like to speak ill of a colleague, but Simon is an exceptionally stubborn man. He could have sat here for a year, with the beam set at this or even greater intensity, or if there had been someone at the control panel who could have turned off the power if necessary. But he did it all alone, and at full power. Naturally, it did him harm. Even water can poison a person if there is enough of it. Very thoughtless of him, Kirk said, still expressionless. Okay, Dr. Adams, let's look at the rest.
Very well. I'd like you to meet some of our very good successes. Enter. In the room Adams's staff had given him for the night, Kirk called the Enterprise but heard nothing new. McCoy was still trying to pick through the scars on Van Gelder's memory, but so far what he had found was inconsequential. Van Gelder felt empty and said only, "He empties us, and then fills us with himself." I ran before he could fill me. It's lonely, being empty. What nonsense. And yet, somehow it matched Kirk's feelings, and after a while he carefully made his way out into the corridor and knocked on the door of the next room, where Helen Knoll was staying.
Well, well, she said from behind the door. What's the matter, Captain? Do you think it's Christmas again? Ship business, Kirk said. Let me in before anyone sees me. That's an order. After a moment's hesitation, she let him in and he slammed the door behind him. Thank you. And now, Doctor, what do you think of those we saw today? Well, overall it impressed me. They seemed happy, or at least adjusted, progressing, and maybe a little empty. But they weren't normal. I didn't expect that. Good. I'd like to look at the procedure bay again. I need you. You must be better at understanding the theory than I am. Why not ask Dr. Adams? She asked stiffly. He's the only expert here on the subject. And if he's lying, he'll keep lying, and I won't know anything. There's only one way to make sure and understand how this machine works. I need an operator, and you're the only candidate. Well, good. They found the treatment bay without much difficulty. There was no one there. Kirk quickly adjusted the controls as the therapist had shown him, and took the patient's place. Then he looked sadly at the device hanging from the ceiling. I think you can tell whether this machine is doing me any harm or not, he said. Adams says it's completely harmless. That's what I want to know. Start with minimal gain for a second or two. Well, are you ready? I already gave you 2 seconds. Absolutely nothing happened. No, something happened. For some reason, you frowned. Then your face smoothed out. When I turned off the power, you frowned again. I didn't notice anything. Try again. How do you feel now? Somehow, nothing specific. Just waiting. I thought we'd try again. That's what we did, Helen said. It seems your memory is completely erased. You don't even feel the passage of time. Well, well, Kirk said grimly. It's a pretty effective device for someone like Adams to find it useless. That tech mentioned, there should be a little suggestion involved too. Try something like that, something harmless. Please. You know, when we're done with this, I'm hoping we can raid a kitchen somewhere. It worked, Helen said in a tense voice. I gave you 2 seconds at low intensity and said, you're hungry, and now you are hungry. I didn't hear anything. Let's try again. I don't want to leave any doubts about this. That's right, Adam's voice said. Kirk jumped up and found himself with a phaser pointed at his face. The therapist was there, pointing another gun at Helen. Prisons and mental hospitals, Adams continued, smiling almost politely. Monitor every conversation, every sound. Otherwise, they wouldn't last long. So I can satisfy your curiosity, Captain. We'll give you a proper demonstration. Adams walked over to the console and turned the knob. Kirk never saw him press the on-off button. The room simply dissolved into a wave of unbearable pain. As before, there was no sense of time passing. Kirk found himself standing, handing Adams his own phaser. And yet Kirk knew what the pain was. The love for Helen, and the loneliness of not being with her. Helen was gone, and all he had left was the memory of carrying her to her quarters on Christmas Day, the memory of her protests and his lies that had become truth. Strangely, somehow these memories seemed colorless, one-dimensional, and the voices that spoke in them were monotonous, but the loneliness and the desire in them were real, and to somehow relieve it, he was willing to lie, steal, cheat, sell his ship, his reputation. He screamed,
She's not here, Adams said, handing Kirk's phaser to the therapist. I'll send her back in a little while, and then things will be better. But now it's time to contact the ship. It's important that they know everything is all right. Then maybe we can see Dr.
Noel later. Through renewed stabs of pain, Kirk pulled out his transmitter and turned it on. Captain, Enterprise, he said. He found it very difficult to speak.
Enterprise here, Captain.
Spock's voice replied.
It's all right, Mr. Spock. I'm still with Dr. Adams.
You sound pretty tired, Captain. No problems?
None at all, Mr. Spock. My next call is in 6 hours. Over and out.
He started to put away the transmitter, but Adams extended his hand. That too, Captain. Kirk hesitated, and then Adams reached for the control panel, and the pain came back. Doubled, tripled, quadrupled, and then came true, saving oblivion. Kirk woke to the sound of a woman's voice and the feel of a damp cloth on his forehead, and opened his eyes. He was lying in his bed, in his cabin on Tantalus, and it felt like he had just been thrown here. A hand blocked his vision, and he felt the dampness on his forehead again. Then Helen's voice said, Captain.
Captain, they took you out of the procedure room. You are in your room now. Wake up. Please wake up. Helen. He involuntarily reached out to her, but he was still very weak, and she easily laid him down on the bed. Try to remember. He erased all of that from your memory. Adams took control from me. Do you remember the pain? And then his voice, saying you loved me. He raised himself up on his elbow, still in pain and desire, but he was fighting both, and sweat was pouring down his face. Yes, I think so, he said. Another wave of pain. His machine is not perfect. I remember something. Okay, let me wet this rag again. When she pulled away, Kirk forced himself to his feet and stood there for a moment, dazed, then lunged for the door. Locked, of course. Here in this room, he and Helen were expected to reinforce the love they'd been taught, make it real, and forget about the Enterprise. Hell no. He glanced around and spotted the air conditioning grill.
Helen returned and he beckoned to her, putting a finger to his lips. She followed curiously. He shook the grate and it gave slightly. Kirk strained every muscle in his body and began to bend it. On the second try, the grate creaked into his hands. He crouched and stuck his head through the opening. The tunnel that had opened was not just an air duct. It was also a service tunnel for power cables, and it was easy to crawl through, or so it seemed to Kirk. He tried to squeeze in, but his shoulders were too broad. Kirk stood up and held out his hands to the girl. She pulled away, but he shook his head sharply, hoping there was nothing lustful in his expression. Helen paused for a moment, then came to him. He could be watching us, not just listening, Kirk whispered. I just hope his attention is on the bed. But this tunnel must connect to a whole complex of others. It must lead to their power plant after all. If you can get through it, you'll cut off all the power, and that will disable their sensors, so that Spock can beam some help our way without being detected. Will you try? Certainly. Don't touch these cables. It will be too much of a shock.
Still better than Adam's procedural.
Good girl. He looked down at her. The pain was intense, compounded by memories and a sense of danger. Her eyes half closed and her mouth yielding. Yet somehow he managed to break away. She dropped to her knees, crawled into the tunnel, and disappeared. And Kirk began to replace the grate. It was too badly bent to snap back into place easily. Kirk could only manage to get it back into shape and hope that no one would notice once it was in place. The captain had already risen to his feet and was pocketing the broken screws when he heard the door open. He turned just in time to see the therapist enter. An old-fashioned phaser in hand. The man looked around without curiosity. "Where's the girl?" he asked.
One of your zombies took her.
"If you hurt her, I'll kill you." "Is it time for another treatment?" "Step back. Walk in front of me and turn right in the corridor.
If anything happens, I'll shoot. Then it will be difficult for you to explain everything to the boss. Okay, I'm going. Adams was waiting for him. He politely pointed to a chair. What more do you want? Kirk asked. I'm cooperating with you, aren't I? If that were true, you wouldn't ask, Adams said. However, I have no intention of explaining my actions to you, Captain. Lie down. Good. Now. The potentiator beam fell on Kirk's head. He fought it, feeling the emptiness growing. This time he felt time passing, though it seemed to accomplish nothing more. The very will to fight was waning, as if someone had opened a drain in his skull. You believe me completely, Adams said. You believe in me. You trust me completely. The very thought of not believing me is extremely painful. You believe. I believe, Kirk said. Everything else was more twitchy. I believe in you. I trust you. I trust you. Stop it. Stop it. Adams turned off the device. The pain subsided slightly, but was not far from gone. I'll give you credit, Adams said thoughtfully. Ben Gelder was on his knees whining by this time, and he had a strong character. I'm glad I had a couple like you. I learned a lot. But for what purpose? Your reputation. Your work. Oh, so you can still ask questions. Fine. It doesn't matter. I'm tired of working for others, that's all. I want to ensure a comfortable retirement on my own terms, and I'm a very picky person, and you're going to help me. Of course. But is it really necessary to just believe? Trust you? Naturally. Or trust that humanity will reward me. All they've given me so far is tantalum. It's not enough. I know how their brains work. No one knows better than me. There was a noise at the door, and Kirk could see the therapist, Lita. She said, Dr. Noel disappeared. No one took her away.
She just disappeared.
Adams turned sharply to the console and made a switch. The beam came back on at full power. Kirk's brain seemed to go empty, as if its contents had been flushed down a drain. Where is she? I don't know. The pain intensified. Where is she? Answer! There was no way to answer. He simply didn't know, and the pain blocked any response other than the one demanded of him. As if realizing this, Adams turned down the intensity of the beam a little. Where did you send her? With what instructions? Answer! The pain soared to near ecstasy, and at the same moment, all the lights went out, except for the faint emergency lights on the ceiling. Kirk didn't pause to consider what had happened. Enraged by the twitching pain, he was acting purely on reflex and training. A moment later, the therapist was sprawled on the floor, and he had Adams and Lita at gunpoint with an old-fashioned phaser. I don't have time for you now, he said. Then, setting the phaser to silencer, he pulled the trigger. A moment later, he was racing down the hallway, full of desire, loneliness, and fear. He had to find Helen. There was nothing else in his mind except the white streak of pain that he had betrayed someone he had been ordered to trust. The terrified patients dodged out of his way, wide-eyed, as he made his way toward the center of the complex, searching for the power chamber. He pushed them out of the way. Then suddenly he was next to Helen, and they were kissing. He pulled her close. She gave in, but reluctantly. A moment later, there was a distinctive sound behind him. The sound of teleportation materialization. Then Spock's voice asked, Captain Kirk, what's the matter? Helen pulled away from his embrace. It's not his fault. Quick, Jim, where's Adams? Upstairs, Kirk answered dully. In the treatment room. Helen. Later, Jim, we need to hurry. They found Adams lying on the table. The machine was still on. Leda stood passively at the controls. And when they entered, accompanied by a whole group of guards from the ship, she turned off the machine. McCoy appeared out of nowhere and leaned over Adams. Then he straightened up. Dead. I don't understand, Helen said. The machine wasn't set to high gain. I don't think it could kill. He was alone, Leda said stonily. That was enough. I didn't talk to him. Kirk clutched his throbbing head. I think I understand. I can't say the same, Jim, McCoy said. A man has to die of something. He died of loneliness, said Leda. That's enough. I know. What do we do now, Captain? Spock asked. I don't know. Let me think. Oh, send Van Gelder down here and cure him, I think. He'll have to take over and unhypnotize me. Helen, I don't want that. I don't want any of that. But I don't want that either, she said softly. So we'll both have to go through with it. It was all right, Jim. Terrible, but wonderful. It's still hard to believe, McCoy said much later, that a person can die of loneliness. No, Kirk said. He was fine now. Absolutely fine. And Helen was just another doctor to him, but no, he repeated. It's not at all difficult to believe. Fake McCoy. The crater camp, or Bursa camp, as it was documented, on Regulus 8 was the shattered remains of what had once been a temple. Several buildings erected at the same time. Now an archaeological dig was going on around the ruins, with a few sheds and a pile of archaeological tools interspersed with tarpaulins and time-worn archaeological finds. Apart from the crater itself and patches of low, rather prickly vegetation, the planet was empty. The monotonous, dreary landscape could stretch on in any direction until another crater opened up, and there were many. But for lack of time, study of them had come to the obvious conclusion that they had all been inhabited some unknown number of millennia ago. There was nothing out of the ordinary in this. The galaxy was literally crawling with ruins no one knew anything about. There were hundreds of such planets to choose from for any archaeologist willing to poke around in such a surface. Bierce had just been lucky, incredibly lucky. Still, Regulus 8 was a concern for Kirk. Captain James Kirk, commander of the Starship Enterprise, who had seen many planets in his time. The Enterprise had come here under regulations, specifically the part that stated that research personnel on alien planets were required to undergo an annual health check administered by the ship's surgeon. The Enterprise happened to be near Bierce's camp at just such a time, and the ship's surgeon, McCoy, had beamed down to the planet to carry out the order. All in all, a perfectly normal job. Except that, as McCoy had mentioned, he had once been quite interested in Bierce's wife, Nancy. Of course, that had been more than a decade ago. The situation was perfectly understandable. And then Nancy came out of the temple, if it was a temple, to meet them. There were 3 of them, McCoy, Darnell, an off-duty crew member, and Kirk himself, who had come down out of curiosity. She ran up to them, held out her arms, and after a moment's hesitation, McCoy embraced her. "Leonard!" she cried. "Let me see you!" "Nancy," McCoy said, You haven't aged a year." Kirk had to suppress a smile. Nancy Beers was a pleasant woman, but nothing special. A well-built body, perhaps 40 years old. She had a certain stateliness of movement, but her hair was already touched with gray. It was hard to believe that a doctor who had seen so much in his life could be so in love with her that he did not even notice the signs of age. And yet, she had a wonderful smile. "This is Captain Jim Kirk of the Enterprise," McCoy introduced the commander. "And this is crew member Darnell." Nancy smiled at Kirk, then turned to the spaceman. Darnell's reaction was astounding. His jaw literally dropped and he stared at her. Kirk could have kicked him if he'd been within reach. Come on, she said. "We may have to wait a little while for Bob. Once he starts digging, he forgets all about time. We've settled down where there used to be some kind of ancient altar. Not very comfortable, but there's plenty of room. Come in, fatso." She slipped through a low, crumbling stone door. "Fatty?" Kirk asked. An old pet name, McCoy replied, annoyed. Then he followed her. Kirk, irritated by his own tactlessness, turned sharply to Darnell. So what are you staring at, mister? Sorry, sir, Darnell said sheepishly. She reminds me of someone, that's all. A girl I once knew on the planet Wrigley. That's enough, Kirk said grimly. The next thought like that will come to you, I hope, when you're alone. Perhaps you'd better wait outside. Yes, sir, thank you. Darnell seemed genuinely grateful. I'd like to wander around here for a bit, if you don't mind, Captain.
Please. Just don't go too far away, so as not to lose contact.
Nothing special, really. Darnell hadn't seen any strange women since he'd last landed on the planet, but it was still quite curious. Bierce was still missing, and Nancy excused herself and went to look for him, leaving Kirk and McCoy to examine the stone hall, but neither of them dared to speak to each other. Kirk was torn between returning to the Enterprise or simply lying down here and dying. Never, in all his years, had his diplomacy failed him so. Fortunately, before Kirk could decide whether to go away or kill himself, Bierce showed up. He was an unusually tall man, with powerful arms and legs, large features, and faded clothes. He was slightly taller than McCoy, and his face and body seemed carved from stone. The expression in his eyes, Kirk noted, was intelligent and somewhat bitter. But then, Kirk had never pretended to understand academics.
Dr. Bierce, he said, I am Captain Kirk, and this is the ship's doctor. I know who you are, Bierce interrupted, his voice clearly sounding like a busy man. We don't need you here. And if you'd just replenish our stock of aspirin, salt tablets, and the like, you'd save yourself a lot of time. I can't help it, we're supposed to have an annual checkup, Kirk replied. If you agree, I'm sure Dr. McCoy will get it done very quickly. Indeed, McCoy had already got his instruments in full readiness. McCoy? Asked Bierce. I've heard that name. Oh yes, Nancy sometimes talked about you. Please lower your arms along your body and breathe evenly. Yes, didn't she mention that I arrived? After a barely noticeable pause, Bierce asked, Have you seen Nancy? She was here when we arrived, Kirk replied. Then she went looking for you. Exactly. Of course, I'm glad she can see an old friend get a chance to be in company.
I like solitude myself, but for a woman it's sometimes difficult.
I understand, Kirk said, though he wasn't at all sure. The sudden attempt to seem ostentatiously hospitable seemed unnatural in the light of the recent hostility, which at least had been genuine. McCoy finished checking the tricorder and, after a moment's hesitation, pulled out the analyzer. She hasn't changed at all, he said. Please open your mouth. After a moment's pause, Bierce finally obeyed, and at that moment there was a scream of terror. For one monstrous, mad moment, Kirk thought it was Bierce screaming. But then there was another scream, and Kirk realized it was a woman screaming. All three of them rushed for the door at once. Kirk and McCoy passed Bierce in the open. Despite his nomadic life, Bierce was not a good runner. But they didn't have to run far. Nancy stood over Darnell's body at the edge of the crater, her fists clenched tightly between her teeth. As they ran up, she moved closer to McCoy. But he ignored her and crouched down next to the body. Darnell was lying face down. McCoy felt his pulse, gently turned his head to the side, grunted, and carefully turned the body over. Even Kirk could tell the spaceman was dead. His face was covered in small, round, reddish wounds that were slowly fading and disappearing. What happened to him? Kirk asked tensely. I don't know. These dots look a bit like vacuum burns, or maybe something to do with immunology. Hey, what's this? Bierce came running, breathing hard. At the same time, McCoy was trying to straighten Darnell's fist. It was a dented, rough object, discolored, like a dried-out parsnip. It looked like part of it had been bitten off. Kirk turned sharply to Nancy. What happened? He asked sharply. Don't attack my wife, Captain, Bierce said warningly. It's quite clear that it's not her fault. One of my men is dead. I don't accuse anyone.
But Mrs. Beers is the only witness.
McCoy stood up and said softly, "Nancy, tell us what you saw. Don't worry." She began, and then swallowed hard, as if trying to regain control. "I couldn't find Bob, and I was going back when I saw your spaceman. He was holding a Borgia root in his hand, sniffing it. I was about to call out to him, but then he bit it off. I didn't think he'd do that. His face contorted and he fell." She fell silent and covered her face with her hands. McCoy touched her shoulder gently. Kirk, not feeling the need to do the same, spoke more calmly. "And how did you know what kind of plant he had in his hands if you were within shouting distance at the time?" "This is a cross-examination," Beers began. "Bob, please don't. Of course I didn't know, until I saw him now. But it's dangerous to treat any plant of an unfamiliar world like that." It was true, and Darnell knew it. Kirk, with an impartial expression on his face, ordered McCoy, "Get ready, Bones. We'll resume the inspection tomorrow." "I'm sure that won't be necessary," said Beers. "Just get our supplies across, Captain." "It's not that simple, Dr. Beers," Kirk replied. Then he turned on his transmitter. "Kirk to the teleportation bay. Prepare beam. 2 people and 1 corpse." Darnell's dissected body lay on the table in the medbay, unrecognizable even to his own mother, were she still alive. Kirk, standing at the comm console, watched with mild, purely physiological disgust as McCoy carefully lowered Darnell's brain into a glass bowl and, turning, wiped his hands until they were again white as paper. Kirk had seen many corpses of all ages, with all sorts of wounds, but he had a hard time imagining the type of bloodletting that was clinical autopsy. "I can't rule out poison entirely, of course," McCoy said, his tone expert. "Some of the more common poisons act instantly and leave little trace, like botulinum. But there's no trace of any plant substance in his stomach or mouth. All I can say is that he's had massive capillary damage, which could have been caused by anything, even shock. And then there are those marks on his face." McCoy covered the body with a sheet. "I'll run a blood chemistry test, but I'd like to know what to look for. I'd also like to know what symptoms this Borgia root might cause. Until then, Jim, I'm in the dark." "Spock's at the library computer, looking up vegetation," Kirk said. "I think he'll figure it out in no time. But I must admit, I'm at a loss. Darnell was too experienced a spaceman to just try something new." "Then what's left, Jim? Nancy?" "Jim, I don't trust my eyes much these days, but Nancy wasn't capable of murder, much less of a stranger. It's not only people who kill. Let's wait and see what Spock says." "We have nothing on this Borgia root, other than what the Bierces themselves reported 6 years ago," Spock said firmly. "They listed it as a member of the Lily family. They said it contained between 20 and 50 alkaloids, none of which were detectable without proper equipment. The fresh root was poisonous to mice, no indication of toxicity to humans, except for—" "Except what?" McCoy asked. "Well, Dr. McCoy, that's not a symptom. The report adds that the root has a pleasant smell, sharp but quite tasty, like tapioca, and that's all. Thank you." Kirk hung up. "I don't understand, Chatterbox, why Darnell was so eager to taste the root of an unknown plant. Was it just because it smelled like tapioca? He wouldn't have tried something that smelled like fresh peaches if he didn't know what it was made of. He was an experienced man." McCoy threw up his hands in bewilderment. "You knew him, Jim, but what does that give us? The symptoms are a little like aconite poisoning, and beyond that, we have nothing." "Not quite," Kirk replied. "I'm afraid we still have to complete the burst check, Chatterbox, and I'm going to need your help with that." McCoy turned away and continued washing his hands. "Well, you will have it," he replied, but his voice was cold.
Kirk's method of examining the Bierces was simple but brutal. He ordered them both to come aboard the ship, which enraged Bierce. "If you think you can teleport to the surface of the planet, threaten us, interfere with my work, given the undeniable fact that you are invading my domain on the planet." "Your complaint is accepted," Kirk said calmly. "And I apologize for the inconvenience. But it is also an undeniable fact that we do not understand how one of our people died. It could just as easily be a danger to you. We've been on this planet for over 5 years now, and if there was something hostile on it, we would have known about it long ago, right?" "Not necessarily," Kirk replied. "Two men couldn't explore the entire planet in 5 years, let alone a lifetime."
In any case, the Enterprise's mission is to protect human life in places like this. Under the circumstances, I'm acting as referee, and I'll end our argument here. Shortly after they arrived on board, McCoy forwarded his report on Darnell's body analysis. "It was definitely a shock," he told Kirk grimly over the video phone, "but a very strange shock. The ionic makeup of his blood was completely altered. A massive drop in the salt levels in his blood. Hell, there wasn't a microgram of salt left in his body. Not in his blood, not in his tears, not in his organs. Nowhere. I can't even imagine what could have caused that, and so quickly. And the marks on his face? Broken capillaries. He has these marks all over his body. It's normal under the circumstances, although I can't explain why there are more of them on his face, and why they're ring-shaped. It's quite obvious he wasn't poisoned."
"Then that plant he supposedly bit," Kirk said equally grimly, "was just a plant, and not from a criminological point of view, but from a botanical one. A dead end. Well, there's intelligence behind it, and I wouldn't say I like it." "Me too," McCoy replied, looking away. "Good. Well then, we'll have to ask the Burzes. I'll handle it myself from here. Bones, this is all hard on you, I know, and you've been sleepless for 2 days now. Take a couple of pills and get some sleep." "I'm fine." "Orders," Kirk said. He turned off the screen and headed for the cabin the Burzes had been given. But only Bierce was there. Nancy was not there. "I think she went down," Bierce said dispassionately. "I'd run myself if I could get access to your teleporter for 10 seconds. We didn't ask to be locked in here. And Darnell didn't ask to be killed. Your wife could be in serious danger. I must say, you don't seem worried at all. She is completely safe. All this evil is only in your imagination."
Bierce shrugged.
"No one knows what could have killed him. Maybe you brought something with you. How would I know?" Nothing more could be extracted from him. Kirk, exasperated, returned to the bridge and ordered a general search. All results were negative, including the report from the teleporter bay. No one had used its equipment since the party had returned from the planet to the ship. But that same search, while it failed to find Nancy, did find something else. A dead crewman, Barnhart, on deck 12. The marks on his body matched those on Darnell's body exactly. An enraged Kirk called McCoy. "Sorry to interrupt your sleep, Chatterbox, but this has gone too far. I want Bierce interrogated under pentothal." McCoy chuckled. His voice was muffled, as if he hadn't quite recovered from the tranquilizers he'd taken. "Pentothal, truth serum, narcosynthetic. Will take time. What about the patient's civil rights?"
Afterwards, if he wants, he can compose a complaint.
"Go ahead. Prepare it." An hour later, Bierce lay in a trance on his bed. Kirk leaned over him, tense. McCoy and Spock stood behind him.
"Where is your wife?"
"I don't know. Poor Nancy. I loved her. The last of her kind."
"Please explain."
"Passenger pigeon. Bison." Bierce groaned. "I feel strange." Kirk motioned for McCoy to come forward, who checked the archaeologist's pulse and lifted his eyelids.
"He's fine," the doctor said. "He was just a little confused that you were asking the questions now, not me. He's already coming to his senses." What about the bison? Kirk asked, sensing the utter absurdity of the question. Millions. The prairies were black with their herds. One herd occupied 3 states. When they moved, like thunder. Now they are all gone, like the creatures here. Here? You mean here on the planet? On the planet. Their temples, great poetry. Once there were millions of them, and now there is only one left. Nancy understood.
All time is in the past, Spock muttered. Where is Nancy? Where is she now?
Dead. Buried on the hill. It killed her.
Buried? But when did this happen?
A year ago, Bierce said. Or maybe 2. I can't remember. It's all so hazy. Nancy and not Nancy. They needed the salt, you see. When it ran out, they died. All but one. The implications of this stunned Kirk. But it was Spock who asked the question. And this creature disguises itself as your wife. It's not disguised, Bierce said nasal. It could be Nancy. Or someone else. Anyone. When it killed Nancy, I almost destroyed it. But I couldn't. It was the last one. The repetitions became more frequent, and it became irritating. Kirk said coldly, Is that the only reason, Bierce? Tell me, when this creature is with you, is it always Nancy? Bierce jerked convulsively. He did not answer. McCoy came closer. I wouldn't push any further, Jim, he said.
If you want an answer, you'll get it, but you're putting the patient in danger.
No, I don't want another answer, Kirk said. So we've stumbled upon a little private paradise. This creature can be a wife, a lover, a best friend, an idol, a slave, a sage, a fool, anything. What a wonderful life, to have everyone you need at your side, at your beck and call, and thus win any argument. That is a sure path to paranoia, Spock said. Kirk turned sharply to the man in the drug trance. Can you identify a creature, regardless of whose form it takes? Yes. Will you help us? No. Kirk hadn't expected more. He motioned to McCoy. I need to organize a search. Try to break the resistance, Chatterbox. I don't care how you do it, or how much damage you might cause him. In his current state, he's as dangerous to us as his wife. Spock, hold him until he gets another dose. He could be aggressive. Kirk exited the compartment.
From the command cabin, he called the central hull and, having given orders, calmed down somewhat. Now on each deck, in each corridor, there were pairs of armed men on duty.
Everyone check your partner carefully, he ordered over the intercom. There is an alien creature on board, disguised as one of us. Lieutenant Uhura, establish television communications with all posts and consoles. If you see anyone in 2 places at once, sound the alarm. A sound from behind him made him turn around. It was Spock. His clothes were torn, and he was breathing heavily. Spock, what happened? It was McCoy, Spock said, shocked. Or rather, it wasn't McCoy. It grabbed me as soon as you left the cabin. I got away, but it has my weapon, and I don't know where it is now. McCoy, I thought it was odd that he didn't want to use the pentothal. He didn't want to, and he seemed to be rummaging through his memory. No wonder. Well, there's only one place it could have gone. Back where it came from. To the planet? It's impossible. No, to McCoy's cabin. He started to rise from his seat, but Spock suddenly made a warning gesture with his hand. Better take a look first, Captain. It may not have killed McCoy yet, and if we disturb him, you are right. Kirk quickly dialed McCoy's cabin code into the intercom, and after a moment's hesitation, pressed the priority key, which allowed him to see everything that was happening in the cabin without the subscriber's knowledge. McCoy was there. Well, there were 2 of them. McCoy asleep on the bed, and another standing by the closed door, looking around. The standing figure moved forward. passing right in front of the hidden camera, blocking the view for a moment. When the figure came back into view, it wasn't McCoy. It was Nancy. She sat down on the bed and shook the sleeping doctor. He muttered something, but did not want to wake up. "Leonard," Nancy's voice said. "It's me, Nancy. Wake up. Please wake up." "Help me!" Kirk couldn't help but appreciate Nancy's skill. What he had seen was, without a doubt, an alien creature. But its terror was absolutely convincing. It was clearly terrified. She shook McCoy again, and he blinked sleepily and sat up in bed. "Nancy, what's the matter? Have I been sleeping for long? Help me, Leonard." "What happened? Are you scared?" "Oh, yes," she replied. "Please help me. They want to kill me." "Who?" McCoy asked. "Come on, take it easy. No one's going to hurt you." "Okay, that's enough," Kirk said, instinctively lowering his voice, though the pair on the screen couldn't hear him. "Luckily, this thing is trying to convince him to do something instead of killing him. Let's get in there before it changes its mind." A few moments later, they burst into McCoy's cabin. The doctor and the girl jumped up when they saw them. "Nancy," screamed. "Get away from her, Bones," Kirk ordered, aiming his phaser at her. "What? What's going on here, Jim?"
It's not Nancy, Bones. Not Nancy? What are you talking about? Of course it is. Are you crazy? It killed 2 crew members. And Bursa too, Spock interjected, also holding the creature at gunpoint. It is, Kirk said. "Look, I'll show you now." He extended his free hand forward and slowly opened his palm. In it was a cluster of white crystals, slightly melted at the edges by sweat. "Look, Nancy," he said. "Salt, freely available. Pure, concentrated salt." Nancy stepped towards him, fascinated, then stopped. "Leonard," she said quietly, "tell him to go away. If you love me, make him go away." "Of course," McCoy answered hoarsely. "Your behavior, Jim, is the behavior of a madman. You scared her." "No, it's not fear," Kirk replied. "Hunger. Look at her." The creature took another step forward, as if hypnotized. Then, without warning, there was a flurry of movement. Kirk thought he saw a body, roughly the size of a man, but not at all like one, and sucker-tipped tentacles reaching toward his face. Then there was the roar of a gunshot, and he fell. It was quite some time before Kirk and McCoy recovered. The captain from the concussion caused by Spock's close-range shot, and McCoy from the mental shock. By the time they were all assembled on the bridge, Bursa was already receding. "The salt was a brilliant idea," Spock explained. "It was obvious that the creature only hunted when it could not find pure salt. That was how Bierce kept it under control. However, I do not think that the lack of salt was the only reason for the extinction of this race," Kirk noted. "And in general, this creature was not so highly developed. It did not use all its advantages as much as it could have. It is quite possible that this race was retrogressive," Spock suggested. "We still have our nails and teeth, but we do not scratch or bite." "Quite possibly, but there's one thing I can't understand. How did it end up in your cabin, Chatterbox? Or maybe you don't want to talk about it." "No," McCoy said. "I just feel like all 6 types of idiot at once. It's simple. She came to me after I took the tranquilizer, and I was already feeling its effects. She said she didn't love her husband anymore, and wanted me to take her back to Earth with me. Anyway, what I had with Nancy all those years ago, that was real, and it wasn't that hard to lure me in. Especially since I'd already taken the medicine, and later, when I fell asleep, she must have given me another dose, or I wouldn't have slept through all the commotion. The call from Central, etc. All this proves once again, don't pick fights with civilians." "A good principle," Kirk agreed.
but unfortunately, it is not practical. But I don't understand, McCoy added. The creature and Bierce were alone with Spock for quite a while in the Bierce cabin. And from what I found during the autopsy, the creature was at least twice as strong as any human. How did you manage to escape, Mr. Spock, without losing anything but your weapon? Spock smiled. Fortunately, my ancestors came from a different ocean, Dr. McCoy, he replied. And the mineral salts in my blood are quite different from yours. Apparently, I wasn't very appetizing to her. Of course, McCoy said. Then he looked at Kirk. You still look sad, Jim. Something still wrong? Kirk looked at McCoy. When the skirmish with the Romulans began, Captain James Kirk was in the chapel of the starship Enterprise, awaiting a wedding ceremony. Of course, he could have avoided it, since he was not the only person on board the starship who had the right to perform such ceremonies and many others accepted between people. The newlyweds, by the way, were members of the ship's crew, Specialist Robert Tomlinson, phasers, and Specialist Second Class Angela Martin, phasers. However, the captain had no intention of evading. Travel between the stars, even at relativistic or near-light speeds, is a rather lengthy process, and no one can forbid the natural human relationships that arise in flight unless they are a fool or an overly strict disciplinarian. And Kirk was neither. And there was nothing more symbolic among his duties than the wedding ceremony, both for himself and for the Enterprise. Again, because of the vast distances and the time intervals involved, only starships were an effective and fruitful means of communication between civilized planets. Even the much more efficient interstellar radio, subject to at least a dozen different kinds of interference, was intended only for the transmission of information. However, it was the least suitable for normal human communication. On the other hand, starships were useful as worker bees. They carried supplies, medical care, technical knowledge, news from home, and most important, live communication with other people. That was why there was a church on board the Enterprise, set up by some mercenary in the hopes that it would not cause any harm, or as the official public relations department claimed, to unite the faiths of all the planets. The church was remarkably simple and devoid of symbolism, but its very existence indicated that even a ship like the Enterprise was a world unto itself, and that there might be believers on board. The newlyweds were already there when Kirk arrived. There were about a dozen other crew members in the chapel, talking quietly among themselves. Nearby, Chief Engineer Scotty was setting up and adjusting a small television camera. The ceremony was supposed to be transmitted over the ship's internal network and to the observation satellites in the Romulus-Remus neutral zone. Scotty could easily have delegated all this fuss to one of his subordinates, but now he was doing it himself, and this recognition of the importance of what was happening was his gift to the newlyweds. Kirk smiled slightly. The atmosphere of the ship today was filled with a mass of symbols. Everything okay, Scotty? I can't answer for the newlyweds, sir, but otherwise, yes. Wonderful. The church went silent as Kirk approached the unadorned altar. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he was a little uneasy about holding such a ceremony so close to the neutral zone. The Romulans had once proven themselves to be very tough opponents, but in the 50 years since then, they had not even set foot in the neutral zone that surrounded their system. If they were planning some mischief there, would they be able to attack a heavily armed starship practically in their backyard now? Scotty, having finished fiddling with the camera, carefully smoothed his hair. His job was to present the bride. Music began to pour out of the intercoms. Kirk could only assume it was something traditional, since he had no ear for music. And then, Angela entered. Accompanied by her maid of honor, Petty Officer Rand, Scotty offered her his hand. Tomlinson and his best friends were already ready, and at that moment the ship's alarm system suddenly turned on. Angela instantly turned pale. Since she had only been on board the ship for a short time, she had never heard the ringing roar before, but she knew what it meant immediately. The roar died down and the voice of Uhura, the communications officer, was heard. "Captain Kirk to the bridge! Captain Kirk to the bridge!" But the pastor was already rushing headlong towards the exit.
Spock, the ship's executive officer, stood next to Lieutenant Uhura at the console when Kirk and the engineer flew onto the bridge. Spock was the son of a human woman and a man from Vulcan, a planet in the 40 Eridani star system where humans had no plans to colonize. As a result, Spock lacked most human emotions, and Lieutenant Uhura had the coolness of most Bantu women. Still, there was a tense feeling in the air on the bridge. Kirk asked, "What's the matter?" "This is Commander Hansen, Sentry Satellite 4023, Spock reported clearly. "They have detected clear signals of an intruder into the neutral zone. Identification? Not yet, but analysis of the propulsion system suggests that it is quite modern. It seems that these are not Romulans." "Excuse me, Mr. Spock." A voice suddenly came from the comm console. "I can hear you. We've now had a good look at the ship.
It's a modern starship, but its identifying marks are Romulan." Kirk moved closer to the console and took the microphone. "This is Captain Kirk. Have you sent the request yet, Hansen?" "I send it constantly. No answer. Can you support us, Captain? You are the only starship in this sector." "We will support. We are tracking their approach and roughly—" Hansen paused for a moment and reappeared. "Sorry, we just lost sight of them. They disappeared from our monitors. Try transmitting the image from your monitors. Lieutenant Uhura, put it on the bridge video screen." For a moment, nothing was visible on the screen, except the starry sky. Then, suddenly, a strange ship appeared. It looked like an Enterprise-class ship. The conical disk seemed to be creeping edgewise onto the screen, although in reality, it was approaching the satellite, not the Enterprise. However, its size was difficult to determine without knowing the exact distance to the ship. "Maximum boost, Lieutenant Uhura." The aliens seemed to be moving closer. Scotty pointed wordlessly, and Kirk nodded. At this magnification, the stripes on the ship's hull were clearly visible, broad shadows, like the half-spread wings of a bird of prey. Romulans indeed. Suddenly, Hansen's voice came from Sputnik 4023. "I see them again. Captain Kirk, you can see." "We see them." But the moment he said those words, the screen suddenly flared with white light, and Lieutenant Uhura quickly turned down the brightness. Kirk blinked back a tear and leaned tensely toward the screen. The alien ship fired a blinding white beam from its lower hull, like a torpedo. Oddly slow, the beam grew larger and larger in the field of view of camera C4023, as if it were about to engulf the Enterprise as well. "They've opened fire!" Hansen shouted. "Our screens can't handle it. The Enterprise's video screen erupted in inferno, illuminating the entire command bridge. The microphone beeped feebly and went silent. "Batteries," Kirk ordered quietly to Uhura. "General alert. Mr. Spock, full speed ahead. We're intercepting." No one had seen a living Romulan for a long time. It was safe to say that you shouldn't call yourself Romulans. This was established by the remains of ships that had been carried out like a bloody tornado from the Romulus-Remus system a good 75 years ago. It was possible to establish that they were not native to this system and did not belong to the number of races known to Earthlings. Frozen bodies found in space during the war belonged to humanoids, but they looked more like eagle-nosed Vulcanites than Earthlings. Experts assumed that the Romulans were a group of renegades who had ended up on this planet
after being expelled by less warlike tribesmen who wanted a peaceful life. Romulus and Remus, twin planets rotating around a common Trojan center, a white dwarf, were of no interest to a race not inclined to harsh living conditions.
Almost all of this was conjecture, unsupported by history or interrogation. The Vulcan race of the Federation claimed to know nothing of the Romulans. The Romulans themselves had never surrendered. Suicide was apparently part of their militaristic tradition and had never taken prisoners. All that was known for certain was that the Romulans had escaped from their mad system in crude, lumbering cylindrical ships that were easy prey for the Federation fleet. In fact, it had taken nearly 25 years to drive them back to where they came from. 25 years of increasingly brutal slaughter on both sides. A neutral zone with a sphere of satellite observers had been established around the Romulus-Remus system shortly after the events, and had been heavily patrolled for many years. And nothing had emerged from that zone for 50 years.
Perhaps the Romulans were still nursing their wounds and plotting revenge and new weapons.
Or perhaps they had learned their lesson and given up. Or were simply tired. Empty speculation. But one thing was now clear. They had appeared again today, at least one ship. The Enterprise crew had taken up their positions in the battle schedule with such precision that an outside observer would have been hard-pressed to guess that many of them had never fired a gun before. Even the unfortunate married couple were at the forward phaser control panels, as tense as they had been hours earlier, waiting for the order to unleash a devastating barrage of energy on the enemy, to start a new family. But for now, there was nothing visible in the phaser scopes to fire at. On the bridge, Kirk settled into his captain's chair, flanked by Spock and Scotty. Zulu was piloting the ship, with Second Officer Stiles acting as navigator. As usual, Lieutenant Uhura was at the communications console.
Satellites 4023, 24, and 25 are not responding, she said.
No trace of them in orbit. The remaining guard satellites are in place. No sightings of the intruder. Sensor readings are normal. Neutral zone 0. Tell them to remain on full alert and report any incidents. Yes, sir. We are entering the location zone satellite 4023, Zulu reported. Lieutenant Uhura? Nothing, sir. No. I'm seeing an echo now. I think it's still flying metal debris. The center point is roughly where the satellite should be. I'll check the computer now, but... There can be no doubt about what happened, Kirk said grimly. They have a lot more power now than they did 50 years ago. And somehow that doesn't surprise me at all. What kind of weapon was that? Stiles whispered. We'll check before we assume, Kirk replied. Mr. Spock, aim a beam and bring some of that debris aboard. I want a full analysis. Spectral strength, diffusion, X-ray, molecular, etc. We know what the satellite hull was made of. I want to know what that material is now. And I want at least some guesses from the lab about what might have happened to it. Is that clear? Of course, sir, the senior officer replied. Coming from anyone else, it might have sounded like bragging, or even a bit of a challenge. But not from Spock. He was already on the intercom with the lab bay. Captain, Uhura called to Kirk, her voice sounding strange. What's the matter? I have something here. A moving mass, but nothing visible. Not even a tiny speck. On the radar. And no emissions. Nothing but the computer's de Broglie wave disturbances. It could be something very small and dense nearby, or something very large and thin, like a comet, and quite far away. But the tracks don't look like either. Navigator? Kirk asked.
There's a cold comet nearby, part of the Romulus-Remus system. Stiles answered immediately. Quadrant 973, east of the galactic center. 1 3/10 light hours away, roughly on course. I've been detecting it for a long time, Uhura said. It's something else. The object is traveling at about half the speed of light relative to us, and is heading in the neutral zone. It could be some kind of electromagnetic field, but I've never encountered that kind before. I'm sure it's not natural. No, it is not natural, Spock said, completely coolly. He might as well have commented on the weather forecast if there had been one. It is an invisibility screen. Styles chuckled, but Kirk knew from years of experience that, as a half-Vulcan, his superior officer would never make such a categorical statement without evidence to back it up. Spock was an odd figure by Earth standards, but his mind was like a rapier. Explain, Kirk ordered. The body's course matches that of the ship that attacked the last missing Sentry satellite, Spock said. Not the one we're looking for now, 4025. Its entire orbit matches Hohmann D, and it should have intercepted the Romulan ship. The computer is already confirming that. Lieutenant Uhura? Kirk asked. Exactly, she answered after a little while. Second, Commander Hansen lost sight of the enemy when it was right in front of him, and it didn't show up again until it attacked the satellite. Then it disappeared again and hasn't been seen since. Third, it's theoretically possible for an Enterprise-class ship if you put most of the ship's energy into it, but to power phasers or other energy weapons, you'd have to become visible. And fourthly, it's all fiction, said Styles. Not exactly, Mr. Styles, Kirk said slowly. That goes a long way toward explaining why only one Romulan ship attempted to enter the neutral zone, right under the nose of the Enterprise. The Romulans think they can safely attack us now. And so far, they've only sent one ship to check. Too long a chain of assumptions, sir, said Styles with exaggerated politeness. I understand that very well, but it's the best we have at the moment. Mr. Zulu, alter course and increase speed to match the signal Lieutenant Uhura is receiving, and record his every move. But do not under any circumstances follow him into the neutral zone without my express orders. Lieutenant Uhura, scan all carrier frequencies for any transmissions other than de Broglie disturbances. In particular, see if there is any communication between the planet and the ship. Mr. Spock and Mr. Scotty, meet me in the command center. I'd like to go over everything we know about the Romulans again. Oh, and I'd like to invite Dr. McCoy. Any questions? There were none. Then Kirk ordered, "Do it." The meeting in the command room was still going on when Kirk was called into the lab bay. Once he was gone, the atmosphere became more formal. Neither Styles nor McCoy had much sympathy for the Vulcanite, and even Kirk, who thought highly of his superior officer, felt a little out of place in his presence. "Can I leave, Jim?" McCoy asked softly. "I think you need some time to think." "It's best if you stay, Chatterbox. And you too, Scotty. Because this could be the start of a major conflict. We've got people from half the Federation planets patrolling here, and if we enter the zone in a combat starship without a good reason, we might have more than just the Romulans to worry about. That's how civil wars start, too." "Isn't losing 3 satellites a good enough reason?" Scotty asked. "I would say yes. But what exactly destroyed those satellites? We claim it was a Romulan ship. But can we prove it? Not yet. The thing is invisible. Even Styles laughs at us. But he is on our side. The last time we faced them, the Romulans were far behind us in technology and had only managed to get ahead in the war by the element of surprise and sheer savagery. And now, suddenly, they have a ship as advanced as ours, plus a stealth screen. I can hardly believe it myself. But on the other hand, gentlemen, while we are sitting here discussing this matter, they may be preparing to attack us. This is the usual situation of a threat of war. We are in trouble if we do something, and in trouble if we do nothing. The elevator doors opened. Spock returned. "Sir, come on, Mr. Spock, spill it." Spock clutched a thick sheaf of papers stapled together in one hand.
The other was clenched into a fist. The Vulcanite's face was unreadable, but something in his posture indicated visible tension. "Here are the analyses of the debris," he said in an inhumanly calm voice. "I wouldn't bother you with the details unless you asked for them."
And the weapon we saw the Romulans use on C-4023 appears to rely on a field that weakens molecular bonds. "What does that mean?" McCoy asked rudely. Spock raised his right fist over the folder still clenched. Then he moved his fingers slightly, and a fine metallic dust fell onto the table. "Instantaneous metal fatigue," he said. "The crystals lose their bonds with each other and turn to dust, like this. Then whatever is trapped inside the metal explodes in on itself, because the metal can no longer hold it. I think you understand that, Dr. McCoy. If not, I'll try to explain it again." "Damn it, Spock." "Shut up, chatterbox," Kirk said wearily. "Mr. Spock, sit down. That's it. The last thing we need is to sort things out with each other. It's obvious that we're in an even worse position than we thought. If the facts are to be believed, the Romulans have, first, a stealth screen, and second, weapons that are at least comparable to ours." "And in many ways, even superior," Spock said, his expression stony. "At least in some situations. Both of these devices," McCoy said, "may well be the inventions of Mr. Spock. At the very least, we are concerned about his interpretation of the facts." "There are no other interpretations. Yet," Kirk said, gritting his teeth. "Is there any point in arguing about it? Good. Let's consider what we can do on our side. What could we do to respond, assuming that these Romulan devices are real? You can't attack an invisible object, and you can't dodge an invisible shooter. What are we left with? We remain fully armed, fast, and maneuverable," the engineer replied. "Besides, they're not so invisible. Lieutenant Uhura is detecting the de Broglie wave disturbances they produce as they move. That means they're using up almost all of their available energy just to escape while remaining invisible."
"We have the advantage of speed, and I don't think they know our sensors are detecting them. Which means we can outrun them and know at least approximately what they are doing. But we can neither outgun them nor see them." "That's about as far as it stands at the moment," Scotty concluded. "I'd say it's a rough balance of power, Jim. At least the best most commanders can hope for in combat." "This isn't a combat situation yet," Kirk said, "or even a reconnaissance in force. This is just the very edge of an interstellar war. We can't afford to make a mistake." "But we can't be wrong with the facts we have, sir," Spock noted. McCoy's lips curled. "You are so damn sure." The intercom signal interrupted him mid-sentence. Somewhere in the air, between those sitting in the command cabin, Lieutenant Uhura's voice rang out. "Captain Kirk." "Yes, Lieutenant," Kirk said, rubbing his suddenly sweaty palms. "I have recorded a transmission from the ship. Although I still cannot see it, I can hear voices." Even McCoy had rushed with the others to the bridge. There, from the main speaker on the ship's communications console, strange, muffled speech was coming in and out, interrupted by spatial noises, but the speech was completely incomprehensible, even when it was clearly audible. The voices were abrupt and hardly human, but this could well be attributed to the illusion of strangeness produced by the strange language. The Bantu woman was oblivious to everything but her instruments. Her large, powerful hands were carefully turning the dials, trying to follow the elusive voices, trying to hold them. At her left elbow, a tape recorder was running, recording the speech in case it was needed later by the team of analysts. I seem to be able to get it from their intercom, she said into the tape recorder's microphone. A low impedance signal, pulse modulated.
I should check what kind of field that signal would pass through, and what kind of filter spectrum it might show. Oh shit, I lost it again. No, there it is.
Scotty, is that you breathing down my neck?
Yes, dear. Do you need help?
Give the computer some work. Let it check this wave signal against my readings. My hands are already tired. If we can figure this out, maybe we'll get a picture. Scotty's fingers began to flutter across the computer keyboard. And soon, the speech level stabilized. And Lieutenant Uhura leaned back in her chair with a sigh of relief, wiggling her fingers in the air. She did not relax, however. Lieutenant, Kirk said, do you think you can actually get a picture of their transmission?
I won't know until I try, the communications officer said, moving closer to the console again. The leaks are big enough that even rocks could get through, with a little luck. They blocked out visible light, but left plenty of other windows open.
Still, let's try. But for a moment, nothing happened. Styles came in quietly and took over the computer from Scotty, deliberately keeping a respectful distance from Spock. Spock didn't seem to notice. It's all strange, McCoy said, half to himself. These weirdos were at least 100 years behind us when we sent them back to their holes. But this ship is just as good as ours. It even looks like ours. And the weapons. Shut up for a minute, please, Dr. McCoy, Lieutenant Uhura said. I think I'm starting to get something. Zulu, Kirk said. Any changes in course? No, sir. Moving towards the house. Eureka! Uhura cried triumphantly. Here it is. The screen flickered. Apparently, Kirk assumed, the image was being transmitted from some monitor aboard the Romulan ship. That in itself was odd. Although the Enterprise had camera monitors in almost every section of the ship, there were none on the bridge. After all, who had the right to watch the captain?
3 Romulans were visible on the screen, seated at scanners, the light from their screens playing on their faces. They looked human, or almost so. They were thin, bronze-faced, and dressed in military uniforms with wolf head emblems. The dim reddish glow gave them an ominous, expectant look. Each of the Romulans wore a heavy helmet, and in the foreground, a man who appeared to be the commander was working in a recessed area that looked like a pilot's seat. Compared to the bridge of the Enterprise, this control room seemed very cramped. Thick cables ran right over the Romulans' heads, within reach. All this was instantly noted, and then forgotten. All Kirk's attention was focused on the commander. He was dressed in a white uniform, on which there were almost no insignia, and for some reason there was no helmet on his head. His figure, pose, hair color, even his face, he was like 2 peas in a pod with Spock.
Even without taking his eyes off the screen, Kirk felt every head on the bridge turn toward the half-Vulcanite. For a moment, there was a tense silence, broken only by the roar of the engines and the sounds of Romulan conversation. Then, as if to himself, Styles said,
Well, now we know. They got hold of our ship plans through spies. They could pass for ours, at least for some of us.
Kirk didn't pay much attention to this remark. Perhaps it was intended for his ears only, or perhaps for no one else's. And he chose to assume so for now. He said, Lieutenant Uhura, I want linguists and cryptographers to work on this language. If we can figure it out. Then Styles muttered something again, just as inaudibly, but a little louder than before. And it was impossible to ignore him. I didn't hear, Mr. Styles.
I was only talking to myself, sir.
Then repeat it louder. I want to hear it.
I didn't say anything special.
Say that again, Kirk ordered, enunciating each letter as if he were firing a bullet. Everyone but Spock was watching Kirk and Styles now, as if the scene on the screen no longer held any interest for them. Okay, Styles said. I just thought Mr. Spock could translate it for us a lot quicker than the analysts or the computer. They are his race, after all. You only have to look at them and see. We can all see it. Is this an accusation? Styles took a deep breath. No, sir, he replied evenly. It is merely an observation, and I did not wish to make it public. If it has not been of any use, I should like to retract it. Still, it is an observation that most of us have already made. Your apology does not satisfy me. However, since everything has just been said, let us think about it. Mr. Spock, do you understand the language these creatures speak? In any case, I am not pleased with what Mr. Stiles said. There is an obvious ethnic similarity between the Romulans and you.
Does this mean anything? Without a doubt, Spock answered promptly. Most of the peoples in this part of space seem to be of the same stock. This is not a new observation. However, the Vulcans have had no contact with the Romulans, just as Earth has had no contact in previous historical periods, and I do not understand the language at all. True, it has hints of common roots with my own tongue, just as English has Greek roots. But that will not help you understand Greek right away, although it will help you to make out some of the language, in time, of course. I am not opposed to the attempt, but I do not hold out much hope of being of any use in the present situation. In the brief silence that followed, Kirk noticed that the conversation on the screen had stopped, and a second later, the image of the Romulan ship had also disappeared. "They've blocked the leak," Uhura reported. "There's no way to tell if they've detected us listening in or not."
"Keep watching and notify me immediately if you detect them. Make a copy of the tape for Mr. Spock. Dr. McCoy and Mr. Scotty, come with me to my quarters. The rest of you, remember that we are on alert until this is all over." Kirk stood up and seemed to be about to turn towards the elevator, but suddenly turned sharply to Stiles. "As for you, Mr. Stiles, your suggestion may indeed prove useful. But, nevertheless, it seems to me at present very near to blind certainty, and such conjectures I should like you to keep to yourself in future. And if any other such suspicions or thoughts should arise in your mind, see that I hear them before you express them aloud on the bridge. I hope I have made myself clear?" "White as milk," Stiles answered in a thin voice. "Exactly so, sir." In the cabin, Kirk propped his feet up on the chair and looked sullenly at the engineer and the doctor.
"As if we didn't have other problems," he said. "And Spock is a rather odd person. He makes everyone's hair stand on end every now and then, even at normal times. And this coincidence turned out to be damned inconvenient." "If it's a coincidence," McCoy remarked.
"I think so, Chatterbox. I trust Spock. He is an excellent officer. His manners are abominable by Earth standards, but I have no high opinion of Stiles's. So let's drop the matter for now. I just want to know what to do. The Romulan seems to be escaping. He will reach the neutral zone in a few hours. Do we continue to pursue him?" "If you keep this up, you'll get a war," McCoy said. "You know that, and maybe a civil war." "Exactly. But on the other hand, we've already lost 3 Sentry satellites. That's 60 men and expensive equipment. I went to school with Hansen, you know. Well, it doesn't matter. Scotty, what do you think?" "I'd hate to write off those 60 lives," Scotty said.
"But there are nearly 400 people aboard the Enterprise, and I don't want to write them off. We have no defense against whatever Romulan weapon it is. And phasers can't hit a target you can't see. So maybe we should let them run back to the neutral zone, file a complaint with the Federation, and let the rest of the fleet take over. Besides, that would give us more time to study their instruments."
"Language and video," McCoy added.
"Invaluable, unique data that will be lost if we engage them in combat and lose."
"That's logical and reasonable," Kirk admitted. "I don't agree with a single word of it, but it would certainly look great in a magazine. Anything else?"
"What else do you want?"
McCoy demanded.
"Either it makes sense or it doesn't. I hope you're not going to come at me with any bad thoughts, Jim."
"You know that much better than I do. I told you that I went to school with Hansen, and I was about to marry 2 children when the alarm sounded." "Neither fame nor public relations interest me. I want to prevent this war. That is the duty that has been laid upon me, The only question is, how? He looked absently at the toes of his boots, and after a moment added, "This Romulan raid is certainly a test of strength. They have 2 weapons. They have come out of the neutral zone and challenged a starship to a duel, and they have done enough damage to get our attention. So it is also a test of our intentions. They want to know if we have softened since we beat them last time. And we are going to let our friends and property be destroyed simply because the odds seem against us? And how much more peace with the Romulans will we have to have if we are only concerned about our own safety now? Especially if we let them slip back into the neutral zone they stepped over. Either way, I do not think this is our future, Earth's, the Federation's, or even the Romulans. It is time to once again use our fists to drive home the lesson we have already learned." "You may be right," said Scotty. "I would never say so myself, and I'm glad the decision isn't mine to make." "Bones? Well, so be it. But nevertheless, I have one more suggestion. It seems to me that it makes sense to marry these 2 young people right on the gun deck, to strengthen morale. Do you think now is the time for this? I'm not sure this is a normal time, but if you care about your team, and I know you do, this is the way to prove it right now. A moment of love before battle. I hope I haven't embarrassed you too much." "Sometimes you do just that to me," Kirk said, smiling. "But you're right. But it should all go by very quickly." "Nothing lasts long," McCoy said mysteriously. Nothing seemed to have happened on the bridge, and it took Kirk a long time to realize that the meeting in his cabin had lasted only 10 minutes. The Romulan ship, again detectable only by de Broglie wave disturbances, was clearly escaping toward the neutral zone, but not in any hurry. "It is quite possible that their sensors have not yet been able to detect us through this screen," Spock suggested. "Perhaps," Kirk said. "Or he's trying to lure us into some kind of trap. Either way, we can't deal with him in open combat yet. We need some advantage, some kind of distraction. Find me something, Mr. Spock." "Preferably non-fatal," Styles added. Zulu looked at him from the controls. "I think you're very much mistaken here," he said. "It seems to me that you've already made all the mistakes that you're allowed to make for the rest of your life." "At least one of them, for sure," Styles answered tensely. "Stop that," Kirk ordered. "Keep an eye on the instruments, Mr. Zulu." The next item on the agenda is the wedding. "In accordance with the laws of space," Kirk announced, "we are gathered here to unite this woman, Angela Martin, and this man, Robert Tomlinson, in matrimony." This time, no one interrupted him. Kirk closed his journal and looked at the young people. "And therefore, by virtue of the authority vested in me as captain of the Starship Enterprise, I now pronounce you husband and wife." He nodded to Tomlinson, who remembered that he had to kiss his wife. Then the usual noise began, no lessened by the fact that the number of spectators present was insignificant. Petty Officer Rand rushed over to kiss Angela. McCoy shook Tomlinson's hand and clapped him approvingly on the shoulder, intending to immediately receive the kiss he was due from the bride, but Kirk beat him to it. "Captain's privileges, chatterbox." But he never got around to it. He was interrupted by the wall intercom. "Captain, I believe I have something for you," Spock said.
"Sometimes," Kirk said sadly. "I feel like nothing on this ship ever gets done." "I'll be right there, Mr. Spock." What Spock had distracted Kirk from the ceremony was the cold comet they had spotted earlier. It was no longer cold now, for as it approached the central star of the Romulus-Remus system, its tail began to grow. Spock had found its coordinates in the ephemeris, and a check of the computer's elements showed that it would pass between the Romulan ship and the Enterprise in 440 seconds, so it was possible to use it. "Well, we'll try that," Kirk said immediately. "Mr. Zulu, we'll be closing at maximum acceleration as the comet crosses our orbit. Scotty, report to phaser control. We'll need a sight or salvo. Since we'll be targeting with just sensors, and with that chunk of ice nearby, there'll be some scattering." "Still, at such close range, we should hit at least once," Scotty said. "1 minute to approach," Spock said.
"What if the salvo doesn't penetrate their screen?" Styles asked.
It's quite possible, Kirk agreed. But there's nothing we can do about it. 30 seconds. 20. 15. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. 0. The lights dimmed slightly as the starship surged forward, and at the same moment, the phaser coils called for power. The comet blossomed on the screen. Excellent. Tomlinson. Salvo! The Enterprise roared like a charging lion. The next second, the lights returned to full brightness and the noise ceased. The phasers were off. Overload, Spock reported in a tone devoid of emotion. Main coil burned out. He was already digging around in the open console, checking the circuits. A moment later, Stiles ran to his aid. "Captain!" cried Zulu. "Their ship! It's starting to show! I think we've got it after all! Yes! We've got it!" "But not too precisely," Kirk said, immediately guessing the true reasons for the Romulan ship's actions.
Full braking. Turn around.
But the enemy was faster. A glowing torpedo appeared on the screen, similar to the one they had seen destroy satellite 4023, and immediately rushed towards the Enterprise. And this time it was no illusion. The starship was really under attack. "Bad," reported Zulu. 2 minutes until impact. "Petty Officer Rand," Kirk ordered. "Fire the rescue beacon in 90 seconds. "Wait," said Zulu. This thing started to change shape. And sure enough, the approaching beam seemed to blur, to waver. It seemed as if its bright blue flame was gradually falling apart, and its very radiance was gradually fading. Perhaps it had a limit to its range. The beam disappeared from the screen. The Enterprise shook violently. Several people fell, including Spock. Fortunately, in the direction opposite the open console, where something flared and sparks rained down. Scotty, damage data. One of the cargo bays was punctured. Otherwise, the damage is minor.
The main phaser array is still inoperative until the burnt-out coil is replaced. "I think the enemy has taken more serious damage," Zulu reported. "I've detected debris flying ahead. Bits of cable, parts of the hull. In general, it looks like a good hit." There was a chorus of triumphant cheers, but Kirk interrupted them with a sharp gesture. "Keep braking. It's pretty obvious that they need to keep their screen off so they can keep firing. Their screen is still off." "No, they're disappearing again," Zulu said. "The Doppler lines indicate that they're slowing down, too. That's it. They're gone." "Any emissions from their intercom, Lieutenant Uhura?" "Nothing, sir. Even the disturbances of the de Broglie waves disappear. It seems to me that the comet is now working against us. In the name of space, what could that mean?"
Fighting an unknown enemy was bad enough, but fighting an enemy that could disappear and reappear at will, and if this ship returned to base with all the data it had collected, they might not learn anything more about the Romulans until they broke out of the neutral zone again, this time in droves, destroying everything in their path. This ship had to be stopped. Their tactics make sense, but they're short-term, Kirk said thoughtfully. They counterattacked at a relatively weak point, retreated down the center of the chessboard, forcing us to expend energy, then launched a flank attack and took cover. The Romulans must have some kind of chessboard. If I were them, my next move would be to go full board again. And if they did that, they should be right astern of us, in our exhaust plume, waiting for reinforcements. "What about the debris, sir?" Uhura asked. Blindly blowing vacuum tubes is an old trick from the submarine wars. Next time they do it, they might add a nuclear warhead to the wreckage to play with us. "Lieutenant Zulu, I want you to turn so the main phaser array can engage the countercourse. Mr. Spock, we can't wait for the main coil to be replaced. Report to the phaser deck and direct the engagement using manual control. Mr. Stiles, accompany him and assist if necessary.
Open fire on my command once we've completed the turn, is that clear? Soon, the Romulan ship began to materialize again, exactly where Kirk had predicted, and there was nothing they could do about it yet. The bridge was dead silent. Gritting his teeth, Kirk watched as the crosshairs on the screen crawled with infinite slowness onto the hardening specter of the enemy. "Okay, Mr. Spock, fire." Nothing happened. The suspicion that had arisen instantly could not be suppressed. Kirk abruptly turned on the screen, which showed a picture of what was happening on the phaser deck.
For a moment, Kirk couldn't make out anything. The entire screen seemed to be filled with a swirling green mist. Through it, he could just make out two human figures sprawled on the floor, roughly where the phaser controls should have been. Then Styles appeared on the screen, one hand covering his nose and mouth. He was trying to reach the controls with his other hand, but he must have already inhaled the green gas. Halfway there, he tore the collar of his jumpsuit and fell. "Scotty, what is this thing?" "Coolant," Scotty said hoarsely. "The insulator must have cracked. Look, there's Mr. Spock." Now the screen actually showed Spock crawling toward the console. Belatedly, Kirk realized that the figures sprawled on the floor must be Tomlinson and his assistant. Both had probably died when the Romulans struck the Enterprise. Another beam of energy appeared on the main screen, approaching them like a vengeful sword. Everything seemed to move with uncanny slowness.
And then Spock somehow reached the control panel, pulled himself up onto his knees, and ran his nearly paralyzed fingers over the keys. He hit the fire button twice with the heel of his hand and fell. The lights went out. The Romulan ship exploded. There were 3 dead on board the Enterprise: Tomlinson, his assistant, and Styles. Angela survived. She was not in the compartment when the boiling coolant erupted. Survived. Wife for half a day, widow for life. Kirk, holding back, wrote it all down in the ship's log. The Second Romulan War was over, and while there had been casualties, it didn't matter now. Officially, the war had never started.
Naturally, no one wanted to miss the moment when the planet would split, although they didn't even bother to name it. On the maps, it went by the code name ULAPH 42821DB, naturally shortened by one of the junior officers of the Enterprise to La Pig. True, this nickname did not suit it at all.
The planet was a stone ball, about 10,000 miles in diameter. Its surface a frozen, uninhabited desert, on which not a bush grew, not even a lichen capable of somehow enlivening the monotonous landscape that stretched as far as the eye could see. And in only one sense was this name suitable. The planet was too large for its class. After a relatively short existence of a few 100 million years, the tensions between its frozen surface and its shrinking core were ready to tear the planet apart. There was an observation station on La Pig, manned by 6 people. They needed to be removed from the planet, and the starship Enterprise, which was nearby, received the appropriate order. The order was that the ship should remain in orbit around the planet and observe its disintegration. The data collected could be of great interest to Earth scientists. Perhaps one day, they would be able to use this data to break apart planets at will.
Captain Kirk, like most of his officers, had no very high opinion of the scientific service to which he belonged. But it turned out that there was no one to take off La Pig. The observation station was wide open, and there was already ice inside. Its massive blocks covered everything: floors, consoles, even chairs. The doors were wide open. The power supply was off. The 6 crew members of the observation station were dead. One of them, in a heavy pressure suit, lay half bent over the control panel. On the floor, near the exit to one of the corridors, lay the body of a woman, very lightly dressed, more than half covered in ice. However, an examination showed that she had died before the hellish cold had reached her. She had been strangled. At the bottom of the station were the remaining 4. The engineer was at his console, with all life support systems set to off. He was also cold, but he didn't seem to care. There was still plenty of power, but he didn't need it anymore. 2 had died in their beds, which was normal and predictable in that temperature. But the 6th and final man had died while taking a shower, fully clothed. We found nothing else. Mr. Spock, the officer in charge of the expeditionary party, later reported to Captain Kirk. Except for tiny droplets and puddles of water splashed here and there, which at that temperature should have frozen, despite their unusual composition. We took a small amount of water back to the lab for analysis. The frozen bodies were placed in the morgue. As for the people, I think there's more work for a playwright than for coroners. Imagination is a useful talent, even for a police officer, Kirk commented. My first guess is that something highly toxic and fast-acting spread through the station. It splashed one of the men, and he ran into the shower to try to wash it off, still wearing his clothes. Someone opened all the doors to try to blow the stuff out. And the strangled woman?
Someone must have blamed her for the incident, which may have been only one in a long chain of irresponsibility. Or perhaps someone was irritated by her behavior. You know how quickly relationships in small, isolated groups reach the boiling point.
Very well, Captain, Spock said. But what about the engineer who disabled the life support systems? Kirk raised his hands up. I give up. Perhaps he saw that nothing was helping and decided to commit suicide. Or, what is more likely, I am wrong about everything, right down to the last assumption. Whatever happened down there, it is quite possible it is a mystery behind 7 seals. And his possibly turned out to be very useful for the entry in the logbook. Joe Tormolin, one of the crew members who had accompanied Mr. Spock on the expedition to the observation station, was the first to show signs of illness. He was eating lunch alone in the lounge, which was not unusual in itself. Although Joe was an excellent and reliable worker, he was not very inclined to socialize with the other crew members. Near him were Zulu, the chief pilot, and navigator Kevin Riley. They were arguing about the benefits of fencing, and of course Zulu had a positive opinion of fencing training. At some point in the argument, Zulu turned to Joe for support. But instead of answering, Joe suddenly became unspeakably furious, yelling abruptly, as if under a monstrous load, that 6 people had died on the La Pig and that man had no business in space at all. In the midst of this furious tirade, Joe grabbed the knife he had just been using to cut the chop and tried to use it on himself. As a result of the struggle that ensued, and because Riley and Zulu completely misunderstood Joe's intentions, they thought he was going to attack one of them. Joe managed to injure himself quite badly with a knife. All 3 were covered in blood by the time he was subdued and taken to the hospital bay. Once security arrived, they couldn't figure out at first who was actually injured among the 3 blood-covered figures. There was no time to discuss the matter in detail. La Pig was already beginning to break apart, and Zulu and Riley were urgently needed on the bridge. As the planet disintegrated, its mass began to change, and its center of gravity changed accordingly. Its powerful magnetic field was so distorted that the Enterprise's previously stable orbit became unstable in an instant. The changes were so rapid and unpredictable that the computer could only calculate them in general terms. The human mind had to constantly monitor and make the necessary adjustments. It took 24 hours for Dr. McCoy's report of Joe Tormolin's death to reach Kirk, and another 4 hours passed before he was able to contact and respond to McCoy's request for a consultation. By then, the disintegration process seemed to have reached some sort of equilibrium that could be maintained for an hour or so. He was now able to leave the reins to Zulu and Riley for a brief visit to McCoy's compartment. I wouldn't have called you if Joe hadn't been one of the 2 men who'd been on La Pig, McCoy said, getting straight to the point. But this is a strange case, and I think there's a connection between the 2 events. What's strange about that? Well, McCoy said, the suicide attempt itself is odd. Joe's self-esteem was always high enough, and he was perhaps a reserved, introspective person. But it's not at all clear what could have caused it all to explode so suddenly and with such force. And Joe, he shouldn't have died. Yes, he had some damage to his insides,
but I stitched it up and cleaned out his bowels. He didn't get any secondary infection. And yet he died, and I don't know why. Maybe he just gave up, Kirk suggested. I saw it happen, but I can't put it on his death certificate. I have to put some real cause, say cerebral circulatory failure or poisoning. Joe seemed to have suffered a general circulatory failure, but the cause is unclear. And those 6 dead men from the pig give me bad thoughts. Yes, you're right. What about the sample Spock brought with him? McCoy shrugged. Anything. All I can say for now is that this stuff is just water with traces of minerals that greatly lower its freezing point. We handle it with all the precautions, although it is bacteriologically pure, which, by the way, means a complete absence of viruses. And chemically, it is almost absolutely pure. I am already beginning to think that this is a dead end, although, of course, I intend to do some more research on samples. We will have to do that. Well, I'll keep an eye on Spock, Kirk said. He was the second human down there, though his metabolism is so different, I don't know what I'll see in him.
In the meantime, we'll just have to hope this is just a coincidence.
He walked out of the bay, and when he turned away from the door, he was startled to see Zulu coming down the side corridor toward him, not yet noticing Kirk. He had obviously come from the gymnasium bay, because he was not wearing his velour shirt, but only a black polo shirt, and he had a towel wrapped around his neck. Under his arm, he carried a fencing foil with a protective cap on the tip. In short, he looked quite pleased with himself, and did not look like a man who had deserted his post during an alarm. He swung the rapier, aiming the tip at the ceiling, then passed the blade through his fingers until the cap was in front of his eyes. After a moment's study, he removed it. Then he picked up the weapon by the hilt and studied it. Zulu! The pilot pulled back and assumed a defensive stance, the tip of the rapier making tiny circles in the air between them. Aha! Zulu cried almost joyfully.
The Queen's Guard or Richelieu's men?
Answer! Zulu, what does this mean? You should be on duty. Zulu began to advance towards him with the cautious steps of a fencer. You think you can outsmart me, huh? Now draw your weapon. Okay, that's enough, Kirk said sharply. Get to the hospital bay immediately. And leave the battlefield to you. Not before... He lunged. Kirk jumped back and drew his phaser, setting it to stall. But Zulu was quicker. He leaped into the wall opening where the interdeck ladders were located and raced up the steps. From the passage he had just disappeared, a fading voice came. Truce! Kirk rushed to the bridge. When he burst in, Uhura had just handed over navigational watch to her relief and was heading for her communications console. The relief was already sitting in Zulu's chair. Kirk asked him, "Where's Riley?" "He must have gone," Spock replied, in turn giving up the command chair to Kirk.
Only Petty Officer Harris saw him.
"Symptoms?" Kirk asked the pilot. "He wasn't hot-tempered or anything, sir. I asked him where Mr. Zulu was, and he started singing, 'Don't be afraid, dear, Riley's with you.' Then he said he wished I was Irish, but I am, sir. And said he had to go and check the battle posts. Zulu has been infected as well," Kirk said shortly. "He chased me with a rapier in his hand on Deck 2 in Corridor 3, and then disappeared into the interdeck passage. Lieutenant Uhura, notify security to locate and lock them both up. Any crew member who came into contact with them is to be examined by a physician immediately. I would suggest a psychiatric evaluation, Captain," Spock said. "Explain." "These fits, whatever they are, seem to bring deeply buried emotions to the surface. Termolan was depressed. It brought him to the lowest point of the cycle and even lower. He committed suicide. Riley imagined himself the heir of the Irish kings. Zulu is at heart an 18th century swordsman and merrymaker. Good.
And what is the state of the planet? Decaying faster than expected, Spock replied. At this point, the deorbit rate has increased by 2%. Try to stabilize. Kirk turned to the controls, but the pilot's voice distracted him again. Sir, the control is not responding. Then turn on the lower vernier engines. Later, we will take a more precise orbit. The pilot made some switches on the control panel. Nothing happened. Vernier thrusters are not responding, sir. Main engines, vortex factor 1, Kirk shouted. But that would throw us out of the system, Spock reminded, as if reporting some minor error. Nothing can be done. No confirmation, sir, the pilot reported again. Engine room, respond, Spock said into the intercom. Give us power. Our control is not responding. Kirk pointed to the elevator. Mr. Spock, go and see what's going on. Spock headed there. But at that moment, the elevator doors swung open and Zulu jumped out with a rapier in his hand. Richelieu! He cried. At last! Zulu, Kirk ordered. Put that damn... For the honor of the Queen and France! Zulu lunged at Spock, who nearly let himself be impaled, astonished by what was happening. Kirk tried to move forward, but the tip immediately described a semicircle and pointed in his direction. And now, you filthy Richelieu! He was about to lunge when he saw Uhura trying to get behind him. Zulu spun around and she froze in place. Aha! Beautiful maiden! Sorry neither, Uhura said calmly. She pointedly glanced over Zulu's left shoulder, and as he moved to turn in that direction, Spock's hand grabbed his right shoulder in a vulcanite stun. Zulu crumpled to the floor like a sack of flour. Immediately, completely forgetting about its existence, Kirk rushed to the intercom. Mr. Scotty, we need power. Engine room, respond. A musical tenor voice answered him, sounding serenely from the intercom.
Did you call?
Riley? Spock exclaimed, trying to suppress the rage seething within him. This is Captain Kevin Thomas Riley of the Starship Enterprise. With whom do I have the honor of speaking? It's Kirk, damn it!
Kirk? I don't recall such an officer in my crew.
Riley, this is Captain Kirk. Evacuate the engine room immediately, Navigator. Where is Scotty? Now listen, cooks, Riley said. This is your captain speaking, and I want the whole crew to have double ice cream, captain's compliments, in honor of St. Kevin's Day. Your captain will make the appropriate choice. Kirk rushed to the elevator. Spock automatically headed for the command chair. Sir, he said, at our present rate of descent, we will enter the planet's exosphere in less than 20 minutes. Okay, Kirk said grimly. I'll see if I can do anything about this monkey. Be ready to channel the power as soon as you get it. The elevator doors closed behind him, and Riley's voice howled throughout the ship. I'm taking you home, Kathleen. It was not a singer. All this would be funny if it weren't for the serenade playing over the intercom, confusing all the cards. Judging by what happened to Joe Tormolin and his senseless death, the Enterprise itself could soon be one of the particles in the mass of planetary debris swirling below. Scotty and two of his crew were at the engine room, scanning the door with sensors, when Kirk appeared. Scotty glanced quickly at the captain, then returned to his task. We're trying to open it, sir, he reported. Riley shut down the controls and power, Kirk said. Is there any way you can bypass him and operate from an alternate console? No, Captain. It all goes through the main console, inside. Scotty turned to one of the crew. Go up to my cabin and bring me the plans for this compartment. If I have to open it up, I don't want to cut any circuits. The man nodded and ran off. But you could at least feed battery power to the control console, Kirk asked. It wouldn't stop the fall, but it would at least stabilize us. We've got about 19 minutes, Scotty. I heard. I'll try. Okay. Kirk headed back to the bridge.
and tears will cloud the eyes of lovers. Once on the bridge, Kirk said abruptly, "Is it possible to turn off this noise?" "No, sir," Uhura replied. "He can change any channel from the main control panel from there." "But there's one thing he can't turn off," Kirk said. "Mr. Spock, quarantine all ship sectors. If this thing is contagious, maybe we can stop it from spreading. And in the meantime—" "Understood," Spock replied, activating the servo controls for the sector partitions. The general alarm sounded automatically, drowning out Riley's voice completely. For a moment, there was complete silence.
Then Riley's voice said, "Lieutenant Uhura, this is Captain Riley. You interrupted my song. That was not nice of you. No ice cream for you." 17 minutes remaining, sir," Spock reported. "Attention, crew," Riley continued. "There will be a dance in the ship's lounge at 7 o'clock this evening. The entire crew will have a ball." Then came a burst of sinister laughter. "To mark the occasion, all women in the ship's stores will be given a pint of spirits, and all men will receive an increase in one of their pay packages as compensation. Be prepared for other gifts, too." "Was there any report on Zulu before the intercom switched?" Kirk asked. "Dr. McCoy has him tranquilized in the hospital bay," Lieutenant Uhura replied. "He wasn't any worse then, but all the tests were negative. I got the impression the doctor had an idea, but was interrupted before he could explain it." "Okay, our immediate problem now is Riley." The messenger appeared. He saluted Kirk and said, "Sir, a message from Mr. Scott. He has sent power from the batteries to your console and has resumed his attempts to cut through the engine bay door. He will need approximately 14 minutes. "That's about the limited time left," Kirk said. "And it'll take another 3 minutes to get the engines ready. Give my best to Mr. Scotty, and let him cut as he sees fit. And don't be afraid to cut anything but the main circuits." "I'll tell you what," Riley said again. "Soon all the female crew members will wear their hair loosely over their shoulders and will stop using makeup. I repeat, women must not look artificial." "Sir," Spock said in a tense voice. "1 second. I'd like 2 security personnel to join Mr. Scotty's group. Riley may be armed." "I have already done so," Spock said. "Sir," across the wide and deep ocean. "Sir, I am ill," Spock reported clearly. "Request permission to proceed to the hospital bay." Kirk grabbed his head. "Symptoms?" "Just a general feeling of malaise, sir. But in the light of—"
Yes. But you won't be able to get to the hospital bay. All sections of the ship are isolated."
"I request permission to lock myself in my cabin, sir. I can reach it."
"I give you permission. Someone take him out."
As Spock left, another terrifying thought occurred to Kirk. What if McCoy had been exposed to whatever it was? With the exception of Spock and the now-dead Tourmaline, he had been in contact with it the longest, and only Spock seemed to have shown unusual resilience.
"Lieutenant Uhura, you may as well leave this console. It is of no use at this time anyway. Find a piece of telephone cable and a listening device, and head to the bulkhead of the hospital bay. You will be able to hear what Dr. McCoy is saying, but do not answer him. Get his attention by tapping. Relay your conversation with him here using the pocket transmitter. Execute."
"Yes, sir." With her gone, there was no one left on the bridge except Kirk, who paced back and forth on the bridge, watching the large screen. There were 12 minutes left. Then the transmitter buzzer sounded. He snatched it from his pocket. "Kirk is here." "Lieutenant Uhura, sir. I have established contact with Dr. McCoy. He claims to have found a partial solution to the problem. Ask him what he means by partial." There were a few agonizing moments of waiting, as Uhura tapped the question against the wall of the hospital bay. The metal was thick. She might have used a hammer, but even then the sound was barely audible. "Sir, he wants to release something into the ship's ventilation system. Some kind of gas, sir. He says he can do it right from the hospital bay and it will spread quickly. He said it worked on Lieutenant Zulu, and it will apparently cure anyone who is sick, but he can't vouch for its effect on healthy crew members." That sounds like McCoy's usual warning. but ask him how he feels himself. Again, a long wait. Then, he says he felt very bad, sir, but he's all right now thanks to the antidote. It might or might not be true. If McCoy himself was sick, there was no telling what he was preparing to release into the ship's atmosphere. On the other hand, the band might not stop it either. If only that damn singing would stop. It was making it impossible to think straight. Ask him if Zulu can say anything. Notice how naturally he delivers it. More waiting. Now there are only 10 minutes left, 3 of which will be spent prepping the engines. And there is no telling how quickly McCoy's antidote will spread, or how long it will take for it to take effect. Sir, he says that Lieutenant Zulu is still too weak, and does not want to wake him due to circumstances and his powers. McCoy had that authority, that's for sure. But it could also have been the trick of a mad mind. Okay, Kirk said heavily.
Let him carry out his plan.
Yes, sir. Uhura's transmitter went dead. Kirk pocketed his, feeling completely helpless. 9 minutes. Then Riley's voice suddenly faltered. It seemed he had suddenly forgotten some of the words to his never-ending song. He suddenly missed a whole phrase, then tried to continue by simply singing, "La la la." But after a moment, he stopped that too. Silence. Kirk felt his heart beating. He hadn't felt anything except the headache that he imagined had been going on for over an hour. He quickly went to Uhura's console and called up the engine room. There was a click of the speakers turning on, and Riley's voice said haltingly, "Riley is here." "Mr. Riley, this is Kirk. Where are you?" "Sir, I seem to be in the engine room. I'm off duty, sir." Kirk took a deep breath. "It doesn't matter, give us power immediately. Then open the doors and let the chief engineer in. Oh, and step aside while you do that, because he's trying to break into the bay with a full power phaser. Do you understand?"
Yes, sir.
First the energy, then the door, and step aside while doing so. "Sir, what's the matter? It doesn't matter now, just do it." "Yes, sir." Kirk made a switch on the console. And immediately there was a heavy rumble of opening bulkheads between the ship's sectors, as if a stone was being pulled from a grave. Pressing the general alarm key, Kirk shouted, "All senior officers to the bridge. 6-minute alert. Threat of collision. Execute." And at that very moment the energy console's needles came to life. Riley activated the engines. And a moment later his voice, full of innocent regret, spoke into the void. "Now there will be no dancing in the ship's lobby tonight." Once the Enterprise had settled into a new orbit above the disintegrating mass of La Pig, Keok found time to speak with McCoy. The medic looked exhausted beyond belief, which was hardly surprising. He had been on the longest watch, but as usual, he began with a characteristic aside. "Do you know anything about cacti, Jim?" "Just what everyone knows. They grow in the desert and are prickly." "Oh, and some of them store water." "That's right. And it's the latter that's most important. In addition, many cacti were kept in museums for 50 to 70 years, and suddenly, to the surprise of the staff, they would bloom. The Egyptian seeds, which had lain in tombs for thousands of years, would sometimes sprout." Kirk waited patiently. McCoy would get to the point at the appropriate moment. "Both of these things happen because of a curious form of storage called bound water. Ordinary mineral crystals, like copper sulfate, often combine quite loosely with water molecules. This is called crystallization water. If it is in copper sulfate, for example, it is a beautiful blue rock, although poisonous. Without water, it is a poisonous green powder. Now, organic molecules can bind water much more effectively, making the water molecule part of their molecule rather than just a molecule-molecule combination. Over many years, this water would come in various combinations and become available as liquid to the cactus or the seed, and then life would begin again. It's an interesting device, Kirk said, but I still don't understand how it nearly got us all killed. The sample of liquid Mr. Spock brought back was a natural catalyst that accelerated the binding of water, and even if it had nothing to bind to, it would have begun to bind to itself. Once in the blood, the catalyst began to bind to the blood serum. At first, it made it difficult to extract nutrients from the blood, especially sugar, which led to starvation of the brain, hence the various psychiatric symptoms. As the process continued, the blood became too thick to be pumped properly through the arteries, and especially through the small capillaries, hence Joe's subsequent death from circulatory failure. As soon as I realized what was going on, I immediately started looking for a way to break down the catalyst. The stuff is highly contagious and can be inhaled, or in the blood or any other bodily fluid. And the catalyst doesn't take part in any of the chemical reactions it sets in motion, so the original amount is always there. I think the catalyst can even replicate, like some kind of semi-virus. I managed to find an antidote almost in time, which I reported to Lieutenant Uhura through the wall. But I didn't know how it would affect healthy people. Luckily, it wouldn't. Great galaxy, Kirk said. That reminds me of something. Spock took ill and asked to be relieved of duty near the end of the crisis, and he still hasn't returned.
Lieutenant Uhura, call Spock's quarters.
Yes, sir. After the click of a key, a strange howl, like Arabic, came from the intercom. The sounds of a vulcanite musical instrument that Spock usually practiced in his cabin, since no one else on the bridge could bear the sound of it. Over this noise, Spock's rough voice howled.
Alab Wes Crownish Spry Puristu, Oren Ruljik Majir Awo.
Kirk winced. I can't tell if Spock is all right, he said.
No one would know except another vulcanite. But if he didn't return to duty when the alarm went off, maybe your antidote did something to him that it didn't do to us. We should go and see what's wrong with him.
As soon as I find some earplugs, McCoy left, and from Spock's cabin the voice continued to sound.
Regi, baby, Psalkupirtu, Frorum.
The voice grew louder, and Kirk tuned it out. Better I'll take you home, Kathleen, than that. Then again, Riley had sounded the same to Spock, so maybe Spock had no reason to feel bad.
Kirk sighed and watched Lepig's final spasms. The planet was an expanding cloud of dust now. On the screen, it looked pretty much like a huge, swollen, collapsing brain. But the similarity, Kirk thought, was purely imaginary. Once a planet starts falling apart, that's the end of it. But the brain isn't like that. If he is given even half a chance, he will recover again. Sometimes. Miri, any SOS that rings out in space immediately attracts attention. But for a very good reason, this one in particular attracted particular interest on the bridge of the Enterprise. First of all, because the source of the signal was easy to identify. It was coming not from a ship in distress, but from a planet. And it was being transmitted through interstellar space at a wavelength of 21 centimeters by generators far more powerful than even a large starship had at its disposal. An entire planet in distress? But there were even bigger surprises to come. The suspected planet was part of the star system 70 Ophiuchi, a star less than 15 light-years from Earth. So theoretically, the distress signal would have been detected a little over 10 days after it was sent, if not for one detail. From Earth, 70 Ophiuchi is visible against the backdrop of the Milky Way, whose massive clouds of ionized hydrogen emit radio waves at a wavelength of 21 centimeters with an intensity some 40 times greater than that of the rest of the starry sky. And even the planet's powerful generators could not penetrate this stellar structure with any intelligible signal, even something as simple as SOS. Lieutenant Uhura, the Enterprise's communications officer, received the signal only because the starship was approaching the local group at that moment. A conventional sphere about 100 light-years in diameter, with Earth at the center, almost perpendicular to the plane of the galactic ecliptic.
All this, however, paled in comparison to the information the library computer had gleaned about the area. For the fourth planet of the 70 system, the computer reported, had been the first planet outside the solar system to be colonized by man. It had been founded by a small but well-equipped group of refugees, victims of the political turmoil known as the Cold Peace, that had occurred more than 500 years earlier. Since then, the planet had been visited only once. The colonists, not having forgotten their past mistakes, had opened fire on the visitors, and the hint had been taken. Besides, the galaxy was full of places far more interesting than a backwater like 70 which the first giant wave of real colonization had long since passed by, and the refugees had been left alone to enjoy their sullen solitude. But now they were crying out for help. Up close, it became clear why the colonists, despite their haste, had settled on a world that seemed dangerously close to home. The planet was very much like Earth. Vast oceans covered most of its surface, hidden and obscured by clouds. In one hemisphere was a large, green, mountainous continent, shaped like a diamond. The others were smaller, like two triangles, connected by a long archipelago of islands, some larger than Borneo. At high magnification, countless cities could be seen on the ship's screen, and surprisingly, the cultivated fields seemed barely noticeable. But there was no light on the night side, and the radio could detect no transmission, not even the energetic noise of a highly advanced civilization in its prime. Attempts to communicate as the Enterprise entered orbit around the planet had been unsuccessful. Only a constant SOS that was now beginning to sound suspiciously mechanical. Whatever is going on, Mr. Spock decided, it is clear that we are too late. It would appear so, Captain Kirk agreed. But we'll go down and take a look. Dr. McCoy, Petty Officer Rand, and two of the security men, prepare the gear and report to me in the transport bay. The research team chose to materialize in the central square of the largest city they could see on the screens, but there was no one there. Kirk looked around unsurprised. The architecture was roughly that of the early 22nd century when the first colonists fled Earth, and the buildings had clearly been uninhabited for quite some time. Evidence of the ravages of time was everywhere. Broken sidewalks covered with almost the weight of vines, empty windows, a layer of dirt and dust. Here and there in the square were squat, crumbling sculptures covered in a layer of rust that must have once been machines. No signs of war, Spock said. An epidemic? McCoy suggested. As if by agreement, they whispered to each other. At the dusty fountain where Kirk stood, another antique lay on its side, a child's tricycle. It too was rusted, but still functional, as if it had spent most of the time that it so mauled the larger machines inside the building, rather than outside. A bell was attached to the handlebars and, driven by some strange impulse, Kirk's finger pressed the lever. In the still air, it rang out with a dull sound, and this plaintive ringing was immediately answered by an almost inhuman squeal of anger and annoyance, which sounded behind them. Mine! Mine! Kirk whirled around to see the source of the terrible sound. A humanoid creature was rushing toward them from the shelter of a nearby building, waving its arms and screaming menacingly. It moved so fast that Kirk had trouble discerning details. All he could remember was the dirt, the rags, the imposing size, and the way it leaped at McCoy, knocking him off his feet. Everyone rushed to help the doctor, but the creature was enormously strong. For a moment, Kirk found himself face to face with the old man's face. A stinking mouth without a single tooth, features twisted with savagery and hatred, tears streaming from the eyes. And Kirk struck, almost at random.
The blow seemed to miss its target, but the creature whimpered and fell to the half-ruined sidewalk. It was indeed an old man, dressed only in shorts, socks, and a dirty half-torn shirt. His skin was covered in multicolored pimples, and there was something strange about him. Something, but what? Still sobbing, he turned and looked at the bike, and his old hand reached out to it. "Fix it," the creature said, sobbing. "Someone fix it." "Of course," Kirk said, watching him carefully. "We'll fix it." The creature giggled. "Fever," it said, and its voice rose again to the level of a shriek, an old man's rage. "You broke him! Fever! Fever!" The long-nailed hand clutched the bicycle, as if the creature wanted to use it as a weapon. But at that moment it seemed to notice the pimples on its hand, and the squeal turned into a whine. "Fix it! Please! Fix it!" Then its eyes widened, its chest sank, and the creature fell backward onto the pavement. It was dead. McCoy bent over him, running the tricorder over the body. "Impossible," he muttered. "That it's dead?" Kirk asked. "No, that it could live at all. Its body temperature was over 150 degrees. It was probably burning alive. No one can live at that temperature." Suddenly, Kirk turned his head sharply. A sound came from an alley to the left. "Another one?" he whispered tensely. "Someone is watching us. Over there. Let's try to catch him and get some more information. Come on." They rushed into the alley and were able to make out a running figure. The alley dead-ended behind what appeared to have once been a small cottage. There was no other place for the fugitive to hide. They entered the house with great caution, phasers at the ready. Eventually, the search led to what had once been a living room. In the center stood a dusty piano, with a children's exercise book on the stand. On a half-rotted page was written, "Practice, practice, practice." There was nowhere to hide, except in the closet. Standing by the door and listening, Kirk thought he heard rapid breathing, and then a distinct creak. He waved his hand, and Spock and 2 security guards crept quietly toward him. "Come out," he said loudly. "We won't hurt you. Come out of there." There was no answer, but the breathing became noisier. With an unexpectedly sharp movement, Kirk threw open the closet door. Cowering among the half-rotted rags, old shoes, and umbrellas sat a dark-haired girl, no more than 14 years old, perhaps even younger. She was terribly frightened. "Please," she whispered. Don't hurt me." "Why did you come back?" "We're not going to hurt you," Kirk said. "We're going to help." He held out his hand to her, but she only retreated into the closet. Kirk glanced back at Petty Officer Rand, who came forward and crouched by the open door. "It's okay," she said softly. "No one will hurt you, we promise." "I remember what you did," the girl said without moving. "You screamed, you burned, you hurt people." "It wasn't us," Janice Rand said. "Come out and tell us more about it." The girl looked at him suspiciously, but allowed Janice to lead her to a chair. When she sat down, a cloud of dust rose from the chair, and she still looked ready to jump up and run. "You have a fool," she said. "But I can't play. I don't know the rules." "So are we," Kirk said. "What happened to the humans? Was there a war, an epidemic? Or maybe they all just went somewhere and accidentally left you here?" "You should know. You did all this. You and the other elders." "Elders? What elders?" The girl looked at Kirk in surprise. "You are the elders. All who are old. Adults," Janice Rand said. "She means adults, Captain." Spock, who had been scanning the room with his tricorder the entire time, approached Kirk, completely bewildered. "She couldn't have lived here, Captain," he said. "The dust here hasn't been disturbed for 300 years or more. No radioactivity, no chemicals, just very old dust." Kirk turned to the girl.
Miss, what is your name? Miri. Okay, Miri. You said that the elders did something. They burned everything, hurt people. Why? They started doing it when they started getting sick. We had to hide. She looked at Kirk hopefully. Am I doing this right? Is this the right fool? Everything is just wonderful. You said that the older ones started getting sick. Were they dying? The elders always die. That was true, of course, but it didn't make things any clearer. And the children? Of course we stayed. We are here, aren't we?
And how many are there? McCoy interjected. How many are left? Everyone who is.
Mr. Spock, Kirk said, take one of the security personnel and see if anyone else is alive. So, all the seniors are dead? Well, they don't die until it happens to them. Yes, you know. And when to whom? Either of the remaining it happens, he becomes like them. He wants to hurt people, like they did. Miri, McCoy said, someone jumped us out there. Did you see it? Was it an elder? It was Floyd, she said, shuddering. It happened to him. He turned into an older man. And it's happening to me too. That's why I can't hang out with my friends anymore. When one of us starts changing, the others are so scared. I don't like your silly girl. It's not interesting. What are they afraid of? Kirk insisted.
You saw Floyd. They try to hurt everyone. First you get these terrible sores on your skin. Then you turn into an elder and soon you want to hurt people, kill them.
We don't like it, Kirk said. We come from far away, from the stars. We know many good things. Maybe we can help you, if you help us. The elders don't help, Mary replied. They did it. Janice ran her hand over her face and said, Well, please. And after a moment, Miri dared to smile timidly for the first time. But before she could say a word, there was a long ringing crash outside, as if someone had thrown an empty garbage can onto the roof of the house. In the distance, a thin, seemingly childish voice cried out, No, 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 no!
Security!
Spock's voice rang out. A multitude of voices answered him from all sides. No, 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 no! Then there was silence. Only an echo remained. It looks like, Kirk said, your friends don't want to be found. Maybe that's the first step, Jim, McCoy said. Whatever happened here, there's got to be some documentation. If we're going to do anything, we've got to find some cause first. I think the local health center would be the best place. What, Miri? Is there a place where doctors used to work? A big office, maybe? I know a place like that, the girl answered with disgust. Them and their needles. It's a bad place. None of us go there. That's where we'll have to go, Kirk said. It's very important if we can help you. Please take us there. Kirk extended his hand to her, and after a moment she took it, looking up at him as if something had struck her. Jim is a good name, she said. I like it. And I like yours too, and I like you. I know. You can't really be the elder, you're different. She smiled and stood gracefully. Then she looked down, and Kirk felt her hand tighten. She gently pulled it free. Oh, she cried out dully. Already. He looked down, too, already knowing what he would see. On the back of his hand was a blue pimple, about the size of a robin's egg. The lab was well equipped, locked, and windowless. There was much less dust on the tables and equipment. Its size and lack of windows gave it a rather unpleasant appearance, like being inside a huge tomb. But no one complained about it. Kirk was pleased that its contents were unattractive to potential burglars who might break in. By this point, everyone had developed blue spots, though Mr. Spock had fewer of them,
and they seemed to be spreading more slowly. And no wonder. He came from a completely different tribe than the rest of the crew, or say the colonists. His unearthly roots did not make him immune, but they did make him a little more resilient. McCoy biopsied the wounds. He suspended one sample and cultured the others. A blood culture on agar revealed a shiny, shriveled blue colony of active, fertile bacteria that closely resembled spirochetes. However, McCoy was convinced that they were not the cause of the disease, but merely secondary colonists.
In any case, they do not want to take root in the laboratory animals that were sent to me from the ship, he said, and therefore do not comply with Koch's law. Secondly, the number of mitotic cells in the sections is abnormally high, and the general impression is as if it were a squamous metaplasm mixed with ordinary neoplasm. Thirdly, the chromosome table shows many changes. Oh, okay. You've convinced me, Kirk protested. But, to sum it all up, where does this lead? I think the disease itself is caused by a virus, McCoy replied. Of course, the spirochetes may contribute to its development in some way. There is a disease on Earth called Vincent's angina, which is caused by the combined action of two microorganisms. Is the spirochete contagious? Very much so, upon contact. You and Sergeant Major Rand were infected by Miri, and we were infected by you. Well, then I better make sure this doesn't happen to anyone else, Kirk said, pulling out his transmitter.
Kirk to Enterprise. No one, I repeat, no one, under any circumstances is to beam down here to the planet until further notice. The planet is heavily contaminated. Have full decontamination procedures in place for those of us who return. Computer, McCoy reminded. Yes, of course. Besides, send us the most powerful portable biocomputer here. A universal one. Among other things, it will help prepare the medicine before we return back. Captain, Spock called. He was looking through the numerous file drawers that took up most of one wall. He was currently holding a folder. I think there's something here. Everyone came to him except McCoy, who was bent over a microscope. Spock handed the folder to Kirk and began pulling out the others. There's a lot of them here. It looks like hundreds of people were doing this. No portable biocomputer could process this mass of data even in a year. Then we'll transmit all of this to the ship's computer via the data link, Kirk said. Then he looked at the file. It was titled Progress Report. Project to Increase Duration Lives. Genetic Group Velocity. So that's what it was, Janice Rand said. We don't know yet, Kirk said. But if it is, it must be the single biggest backfire in the galaxy. Anyway, time to get to work. Miri, you can help by sorting all those folders on that big desk, sorting them into sections. One for genetics, one for virology, one for immunology or whatever. Don't worry about the meaning of the words, just try to find ones that are the same. The big picture emerged frustratingly slowly. The general principle was clear almost from the start. An attempt to halt the aging process by selectively altering the body's mutated cells. The aging process is essentially an accumulation in the body of cells whose normal functions have been partially rendered inoperative by mutations, which in turn are caused by the appearance of free radicals in the cell nucleus, whose presence disrupts the genetic code. The colony's scientists were well aware that it was impossible to block free radicals, which were created almost everywhere in nature, by background radiation, sunlight, combustion engines, even digestion. Instead, they proposed creating a self-healing virus-like substance that would remain dormant in the blood until damage occurred. Then the virus would penetrate the cell and replace the damaged element. The injection was to be given at birth, before the child's immune system kicked in, so that the virus would become its own, so to speak,
marked as a natural resident of the body, not an invader that had to be fought. But it had to remain passive until activated by sex hormones during puberty, so as not to disrupt the normal development process. The most daring project I've ever heard of, McCoy declared. If it worked, we could have a wonderful defense against cancer.
Cancer is basically just the localized explosion of the aging process in a particularly severe form. But it did not work, Spock said. Their substance was too much like a virus, and it got out of control. Oh, it does prolong life, but only in children. When they reach puberty, it kills them. And for how long? Janice Rand asked. You ask how much it prolongs life? We don't know, because the experiment didn't last that long. We only know the rate. The injected organism ages by about a month of its biological time for every 100 years of objective time. For children, it's quite obvious that this is how it works. Janice stared at Miri. A month for 100 years? She exclaimed. And the experiment was conducted 3 centuries ago? Eternal childhood? It's like a dream. And a very bad one, Chief, Kirk said. We learned by example and by duty. Miri and her friends were deprived of both. This is a dead end. With a particularly ugly death at the end, McCoy agreed. It's amazing that so many children survived. Miri, how did you live after all the older ones died?
We had fools, Miri said, and we had fun. There was no one to stop us. And when we wanted to eat, we just took something. There were lots of things preserved in the jars, and we had lots of mommies.
Mommy?
Well, you know, Miri waved her hand in the air, mimicking the action of a can opener. Janice Rand sobbed and turned away.
Jim, now that you've found what you're looking for, are you going to leave?
Oh no, Kirk replied. We still have much to do. Your seniors seem to have conducted their experiments in a certain order, a sort of schedule. Did they find anything unusual, Mr. Spock? No, sir. It was probably stored somewhere else. If it were my own project, I would have kept it in a safe somewhere. It is the key to the whole case. I'm afraid I'll have to agree.
And unless we can figure this out, Miri, we won't be able to identify the virus, synthesize it, and make a vaccine.
That's good, Miri exclaimed. Then you won't go away. We can play until that happens.
Still, maybe we can stop this. Mr. Spock, as I understand it, you were unable to get to the other children?
No chance. They know the area too well, like mice.
Okay, let's try a different approach. Miri, can you help us find one of them?
You won't find anyone, Miri answered confidently. They're afraid. They won't like you. And now they're afraid of me too, since... She trailed off.
We will try to make them understand us.
The rest? The girl asked. You won't be able to do it. The rest are the best. No one expects you to understand anything. But you understand. Suddenly, Miri's eyes filled with tears. I'm not the one left anymore, she whispered and ran out of the room. Janice looked after her with pity and said, This little girl...
300 years older than you, Chief. Kirk finished for her.
Don't jump to conclusions. There's bound to be some difference in her, whether we can tell or not.
But a minute later, Miri was back, her grief gone, ready to do something. Mr. Spock set her to sharpening pencils, of which there were many in the ancient laboratory. She did so gladly, but her eyes were always on Kirk, and he tried not to show that he felt them watching him all the time.
Captain, this is Farrell from the Enterprise. We are ready to process the information. Okay, let's get started now. Mr. Spock, what do you need? Miri held out a handful of pencils. Is that enough? Huh? Oh, we'd love to have even more if you don't mind. Oh no, Jim, she replied. Why should I object? This fellow, Spock noted, laying out the sheets of paper on the table, made his notes in the last weeks of his life, after the disaster had already begun.
I have discarded the very last notes, where he says that the process has already gone far in him, and he is too ill, and he is not sure that he is not feverish.
I agree with him on that. But these earlier notes show how much time we have left. Clearly, the final stage we have seen here is unambiguous. Homicidal mania. And nothing that even hints at the strain of the virus or its chemical composition, McCoy asked. Nothing, Spock said. You thought someone else was writing a similar report. Maybe someone was, but we haven't found anything like it yet. Or maybe it was one of his first hallucinations. It's the first stage of a high fever. The joint pain, the blurred vision, and then the mania takes over. By the way, Dr. McCoy, you were right about the spirochetes. They contribute. They create the mania, not the virus. And in our case, it will be much quicker because, unlike Miri, we have not been carrying the dormant disease for so long. And she? Kirk asked quietly. We need to check with the computer. But I can roughly estimate that she will outlive us by 5 or 6 weeks, unless one of us kills her. Is that enough now? Miri asked at the same time, showing a large pile of sharpened pencils. No! Kirk screamed furiously. The corners of her mouth turned down and her lower lip trembled. Okay, Jim, she whispered. I didn't mean to make you angry. I'm sorry, Miri, I wasn't talking to you, and I'm not angry. He turned back to Spock. Okay. We still don't know what we're fighting. Give all the data to Farrell, then at least we'll know the exact value of the time factor. Damn it! If only we could get our hands on this virus, we could create a vaccine on the ship in 24 hours. But we don't know where to start. Maybe there's a place to start, McCoy said slowly. It's a particularly tough nut to crack, but I think it might work. Jim, you know how a mind works when it's constantly at a desk? If this lab is like any other government project I've ever worked on, there should be order forms for everything they might need. Somewhere around here in the accounting archives, there should be copies of those orders. From them, we'll know all about the consumption of certain reagents at various stages. And I can probably spot simple things like culture media or something like that, but we'll have to analyze anything that seems even remotely important. At least there's a chance that the analysis might help reconstruct the missing schedule. A very elegant idea, said Mr. Spock. The whole point is, he was interrupted by the buzzer of Kirk's transmitter. Kirk here. Farrell to ground team. Mr. Spock's schedule gives a deadline of 7 days. For a long time there was no sound except the rustling of pencils being sharpened. Then Spock said calmly, That's exactly the question I was going to ask. While I have great respect for Dr. McCoy's scheme, it will undoubtedly take much longer than we have left. Not necessarily, McCoy countered. If the spirochete is really causing mania, we could suppress it with antibiotics and keep our minds clear a little longer. Something hit the floor and shattered. Kirk whirled around. Janice Rand was cleaning some of McCoy's slides in a jar of chromic acid. The pungent yellow stuff spilled all over the floor. Some of it landed on Janice's feet. Kirk grabbed a piece of cotton cloth and dropped to his knees to wipe it away. No, no, Janice sobbed. You can't help me. You can't help me. She stumbled past Spock and McCoy, and still sobbing, ran out of the lab with Kirk chasing after her. Stay here, he ordered. Keep working. Don't waste a minute. He found Janice in the hallway. She was sobbing, her face pressed against the wall, her whole body shaking. Kirk went back to wiping her legs, trying to ignore the ugly blue pimples that covered them. Finally, the tears dried up, and after a while, she said, And there, on the ship, you never paid attention to my legs. Kirk forced a smile. The burden of command, Sergeant Major. I am obliged to see only what is stated in the regulations. That's better. But I still need to wash with soap and water. He stood up. She looked haggard, but the hysteria had passed. Then Janice said, Captain, I didn't mean to. I really didn't mean to. I know, Kirk replied. Forget about it. It's all
So stupid. So useless. Sir, you know, I can only think of one thing now. I understand everything, of course, but I keep thinking, after all, I'm only 24 years old, and I'm afraid. I'm not much older than you, but I'm afraid too. You? Of course. I don't want to turn into one of these creatures any more than you do. I'm even more afraid. You are my team. I brought you here, and I am responsible for all of you. You mustn't show it, she whispered. You never did. You always seemed braver than 10 of us. Nonsense, he said sharply. Only an idiot is not afraid when there is something to be afraid of. A man who feels no fear is not brave at all. He is a fool. And courage consists in going forward and fighting danger, not being paralyzed by fear, and especially in not allowing yourself to panic because of someone else. I get the point, Janice said, trying to straighten up, but the tears suddenly began to roll quietly down her cheeks again. Too bad, she continued in a choked voice. When we get back, sir, you'll have to replace me with a petty officer who isn't always in tears. Your request for a transfer has not been granted. He hugged her gently, and she tried to smile at him. Suddenly, a movement made them turn toward the entrance to the lab. Miri was standing there, her fist clenched in her teeth, looking at them. Her eyes were wide open, and in them one could read an indefinite mixture of emotions, surprise, protest, even hatred. Kirk wasn't sure about the last one, though. Just as he was about to say something, Miri turned abruptly and ran away. He heard the sound of her footsteps receding. Then there was silence. Well, troubles never come alone, Kirk sighed wearily. We'd better get back. Where's Miri headed? McCoy asked him with interest as they re-entered the lab. She seemed to be in a hurry. I don't know. Maybe she decided to try to find the others who remained. Or she's just tired of us. We don't have time to worry about her. What's next? Next, we have to prevent accidents, McCoy said. I should have thought of that before, but the incident with Janice just reminded me of it. There are a lot of strong solvents in here, and if we're lucky, we'll soon be working with dangerous infectious material. I want us all to change into whatever lab clothes we can find. There's a closet full of them over there. Our own clothes should be folded outside the lab in the hallway, or we'll just have to burn them when we get back to the ship.
Good. Then that will be the order. What about equipment? Phasers and such?
Leave one phaser here just in case you're willing to throw it away when we get back,
McCoy said.
The rest is out.
Good. Next?
I've done as much medical analysis as I can under the circumstances,
McCoy said.
And now it all depends on statistics, and although the idea was mine, I'm afraid Mr. Spock will have to take charge of its implementation. Statistics simply drive me crazy.
Kirk chuckled.
Good. Mr. Spock, take command. Yes, sir. First of all, we need to find these copies of the orders. That is, look through the archive boxes again.
The problem was solved quite simply. It was necessary to invent a disease. Accounting forms were found, nearly complete and quite detailed. McCoy's guess had been correct.
The bureaucrat's mind had not been altered by being transported more than a dozen light years from his home planet. Everything the lab had ever ordered had been accompanied by at least 3 copies of the documents. McCoy had managed to roughly sort it all into about a dozen categories, from 0, obvious nonsense, to 10, obviously necessary, and the biocomputer had coded all the categories with an index higher than 5 so that they could be transmitted as quickly as possible to the computer of the Enterprise in orbit. The coding was done very quickly, but determining the ratio of the elements to be coded, which also had to be coded, was left to the conscience of man. And, despite objections, McCoy was the only one who could do this with any certainty. With a statistically reliable amount of data,
Spock could say for sure, but only McCoy could guess whether the static groups were medical, financial, or simply random.
All this took 2 days of continuous work. And on the morning of the 3rd day, Spock was able to declare, "These cards contain everything the biocomputer can do for us." He turned to Miri, who had returned the day before without explanation, but also without any noticeable change in mood, and no less eager to work than before. "Miri, if you fold them like this and drop them in this slot, we'll transmit them to the Enterprise, where Farrell can read them and enter them into the computer." I must confess that I still don't see the slightest hint of a pattern in all this. "I see it," McCoy said, surprised. "Surely the active agent can't be a simple virus, or without self-replication it would be eliminated from the body between injection and maturation. And real viruses can't reproduce without invading the body's cells, which this thing is forbidden to do for about 10 or 12 years, depending on the sex of the organism it inhabits. So there must be something more like a rickettsia, with some intact enzymatic machinery, so that the thing can feed and reproduce on material it absorbs from the body's fluids outside the cells. And when sex hormones begin to act on it, it sheds that part of its construction and becomes a real virus. Ergo, the spent mechanism must be dissolved by steroids, and it can only be acted on by sex steroids. So all these conditions lead us inevitably to a solution, step by step. Close enough to call it? Kirk demanded tensely. "No way," McCoy said. "I don't even know if I'm on the right track, but it makes sense. I'm guessing the ship's computer will come up with something similar when it runs through all our codes. Anyone want to bet on it?" "We've been betting our lives on this for a long time, whether we like it or not," Kirk said. "But we need an answer within the hour. Mr. Spock, get Farrell." Spock nodded and walked out into the hallway, now sealed off from the rest of the lab. He returned a moment later. Although his face was expressionless, something in his gaze made Kirk jump to his feet. "What's the matter?" "The transmitters are gone, Captain. There's nothing there but empty pockets." Janice screamed. Kirk turned sharply to Miri, feeling his brows draw together. The girl backed away from him a little, but her gaze was still defiant. "Do you know anything about this, Miri?" "I think the rest of them took them," she said. "They like to steal things. It's silly." "Where did they take them?" She shrugged. "I don't know. That's also a silly thing. When you steal something, you hide it somewhere new." In 2 steps, he jumped up to her and grabbed her by the shoulders. "This is not a fool. This is a disaster. We really need transmitters. Otherwise, we will never cope with this disease." She giggled unexpectedly. "Then you won't have to leave," she said. "No, we'll just die. Now stop. Tell us where the transmitters are." The girl gathered her courage and tried to pretend to be an adult. Considering that she had seen an adult for the first time since the disaster less than a week ago, it was probably a pretty good imitation. "Please, Captain, you're hurting me," she stammered. "What's the matter? How should I know?" Unfortunately, the end of the performance was spoiled by another laugh, which Kirk did not like at all given the lack of time. "Is this blackmail?" Kirk asked, no longer able to be angry. He could no longer feel anything but a heavy sense of loss. "It's your life that's at stake, Miri." "Oh, no," Miri said sweetly. "Mr. Spock said I'd live about 5 or 6 weeks longer than you. Some of you might die sooner than others, and I'll still be here." And she rushed toward the door. Under different circumstances, she might have been pretty, perhaps even charming. At the last moment, she turned and waved. "Of course, I don't know what makes you think I know everything, but perhaps if you treat me well, I'll ask my friends a few questions. And now, Captain, goodbye." There were the sounds of suppressed sobbing and retreating footsteps. "Well," McCoy said, "we can now conclude that there was television on this planet, at least during Miri's lifetime." The grim joke eased the tension somewhat. "What can we do without a ship?" Kirk asked. "Very little, Captain.
The biocomputer is completely unsuitable for this kind of work. It would take hours to do what would take the ship's computer seconds. The human brain existed long before computers. Bones, what about your intuition?
Of course I'll try to use it, McCoy said wearily. But time is the only thing a computer could save us. And that's the only thing we're missing. When I think of that great big ship up there, spinning around the planet like a useless hunk of metal.
Merely complaining is a waste of time, too, Kirk snapped. McCoy stared at him in surprise.
Sorry, Bones.
I think it's starting to get to me, too.
I did, McCoy said. So I apologize. Well, let's have a human brain again. It helped Pasteur, though he was a little smarter than I was. Mr. Spock, take the cards out of that stupid kitten and let's go through them. First of all, I want a DNA analysis. If that gives us a coherent picture, enough to pick out suitable strains, we'll try to sort them out again and maybe find something to breed a culture from.
I don't understand you, Spock admitted.
Look, I'll just give you the codes, since there's no time for explanations. First, take away everything with the code LTS-426. Then we'll ask our kitty to sort these cards into simple non-coded elements. There might not be any, but this is the only promising start I can think of. Fine. Kirk sensed it even better than Spock. He didn't have the medical training or the statistics to understand what was going on. He just stood there and did the mechanical part of the job that was left to him.
The hours had ticked into another day. Despite the stimulant pills McCoy had given them, everyone felt sluggish, as if they were moving underwater. It was like falling out of a nightmare. Sometime during the day, Miri returned to watch them, trying to appear peaceful. No one paid any attention to her. Miri frowned, then began tapping her foot. "Stop it," Kirk said, not even turning to look at her. "Or I'll wring your baby neck." The tapping stopped. McCoy said, "Let's enter this into the kitty again, Mr. Spock. Now let's separate out all the T's that are functions of D2. If there are more than 3 left, we're lost." The biocomp made noise, spat, digesting the 22 cards fed to it by Spock, and threw out only 1. McCoy leaned back in his chair with an exclamation of satisfaction. "Is this what you need?" Kirk asked. "Oh no, Jim. It could be the virus itself, but that's just a possibility, nothing more. And inconsequential," Spock said. "If this were a test of a new product or something like that, I would throw it out in a heartbeat. But under the circumstances, we'll have to synthesize the virus itself," McCoy said. "And then make a vaccine to kill it." No, not that. What am I saying? Not a vaccine. An antitoxin. Much stronger. Jim, wake up those 2 guards. They've done so much for us already. We're going to need a lot more bottles in the next 48 hours. Kirk wiped his sweaty forehead. "Bones, I feel absolutely terrible. And I'm sure you do too. Officially, we have 48 hours left. But will we still be able to think straight in 24 hours? Either we catch the fish or it takes the bait," McCoy replied coolly. "Okay, everyone, get to work. I declare the real cooking course open." "It is a pity," said Spock, "that viruses cannot be derived as easily as metaphors." And at that moment, Kirk realized that he was on the verge of hysteria. For some reason, he had a clear feeling that Mr. Spock had just made a joke. And the next step would be to believe in the existence of a portable computer with the brain of a kitten. "Someone pass me the bottle," he said, "before I fall asleep standing up." By the end of the first 20 hours, Janice Rand was convulsing. She had to be restrained and given a massive dose of tranquilizers before she would stop. An hour later, one of the guards had suffered the same thing. They were both almost completely covered in blue marks, their mental derangement clearly progressing, while individual pimples were merging with each other and gradually covering their entire skin. Miri appeared and disappeared, but was in the lab either way. She was probably trying to look understanding, or knowledgeable, or surprised. Kirk couldn't tell. He was so weak now that even the small tasks assigned to him by his senior officer and the ship's surgeon took up all his attention and left no room for anything else. Somewhere in space, McCoy's voice said, "Okay, now we have everything under the SPF coating. The next step is to get a live one. Kirk, when I take the lid off the Petri dish, I need to inject 2 cubes of formalin. Don't miss it." "I won't miss it." Somehow he did. And then, after a long pause in which he seemed to fall, Kirk saw a rubber-rimmed glass ampule containing clear liquid, into which McCoy was inserting the needle of the injector. Tunnel vision. Just that, and nothing more. The ampule, the injector, the hands. Well, either it's the antitoxin. McCoy's voice came from somewhere far away. Or it's not the antitoxin. It could be pure poison. Only a computer could tell for sure. Janice first, Kirk heard himself wheeze. Then, the guard.
They're the closest to the edge. I refuse to obey, Captain, McCoy's voice replied. I am the only experimental animal in this group. The needle was pulled out of the rubber cap. Somehow Kirk managed to grab McCoy's only visible hand. The movement was painful. His joints ached terribly, and his head hurt no less. "Wait a minute," he said. 1 minute doesn't matter." He turned his ringing head until Miri was in the tunnel of vision. For some reason, she was all blurry at the edges. Kirk walked toward her, carefully placing his feet on the slowly swaying floor. "Miri," he said, "listen to me. You have to listen to me." She turned away. He reached out and grabbed her chin, much more roughly than he had intended, and forced her to look at him. He was barely aware that he looked anything but his best, bedraggled and sweaty and dirty, his eyes sunken and red, struggling to form words that wouldn't form into sentences. "We have only a few hours left. Us and all of you and your friends. And we could be wrong. After this, there will be no more elders, no more remaining, no one, forever. Give me back one of these machines, transmitters. Or do you want the blood of this entire world on your hands? Think, Miri, think, at least once in your life." She looked away. Now she was looking at Janice. He forced her to look him in the eyes again. "Now, Miri, now, now." She gasped for air. "I'll try to get you one of the cars," she said. Then she tore herself out of his hands and disappeared. "We can't wait any longer," he heard McCoy's cold voice. "Even if we had the computer's report, it wouldn't help us." "I'll bet you a year's salary," Spock said, "that this antitoxin is deadly." Through the fog of pain, Kirk could see McCoy grinning. "Agreed," he said. "The disease is fatal, that's for sure. But if I lose, Mr. Spock, how will you get your winnings?" He raised his hand. "Stop," Kirk croaked, but he was too late. Even if McCoy could have listened to his captain at that last moment, this moment belonged to McCoy. This was his universe, beyond anyone else's control. There was a hiss of the injector as it was pressed into the doctor's blue-spotted arm. McCoy calmly placed the injector on the table and sat down. "It's done," he said. "I don't feel anything." Suddenly his eyes rolled up and he grabbed the table convulsively. "As you see, gentlemen," all in full, and he fell headfirst onto the table. "Help me move him," Kirk said in a dead voice. He and Spock carried the doctor's body to a nearby couch. McCoy's face, save for the pimples, was waxy, and for the first time in days, he
He looked peaceful. Kirk sat down on the edge of the couch next to him and felt his pulse. It was fast and uneven, but there it was. I do not understand how the antitoxin could have worked so quickly, Spock said, his voice like a whisper from the grave. Perhaps he has merely fainted.
I am almost ready myself. Damn this man's stubbornness. Knowledge, Spock said from somewhere far away, has its privileges. Kirk didn't understand. Spock was full of such meaningful maxims. They were obviously Vulcan aphorisms. There was a strange noise in Kirk's ears, as if his hearing was ready to join his lost sight. Spock then remarked, "It seems I'm on the edge too, faster than I thought. I'm starting to hallucinate." Kirk looked back with great difficulty. Then he tried to smile. If Spock was hallucinating, then so was Kirk. A procession of children, led by Miri, were entering the room. They were of all sizes and ages, from infants to teenagers of about 12, and they looked as if they had spent their lives in a store. Some of the older boys were dressed in suits, some in military uniforms or in tailored starship suits, or in enormously large track suits. The girls were better looking, for nearly all were dressed in evening gowns. Some had dresses like opera singers, many were covered with jewels. But the leader of them all was a tall, red-haired boy, or rather, it wasn't hair, it was a wig, with the price tag still hanging by a thread. Behind him, a plump boy was bouncing up and down, carrying what looked like a crown on a velvet cushion. It was like a crazy vision of the children's crusade. But the most idiotic thing was that all the kids were loaded down with equipment, their group's equipment. There were 3 transmitters. Janice and the guards hadn't brought theirs. There were also 2 missing tricorders. McCoy kept his in the lab. And finally, there was the phaser dangling from the hip of the guy in the red wig. How exhausted they were, that they hadn't even noticed that one deadly object was missing. Kirk wondered if the guy had used it, and if so, if he had hurt anyone. The boy noticed his gaze and somehow guessed what Kirk was thinking. "I used it on Louise," he said grimly. "I had to. She suddenly became the elder one, quite unexpectedly. When we were playing school, she was a little older than me." He held the weapon out to Kirk, who took the phaser absent-mindedly. The other children walked over to the long table and began silently piling up equipment. Miri approached Kirk cautiously. "I'm sorry," she said. "It was all wrong, and I shouldn't have done it. I had a hard time convincing Ian that he wasn't a fool anymore." She glanced back at McCoy's wax figure. "Is it too late?" "Perhaps," Kirk whispered. That was all he had the strength for. "Mr. Spock, do you think you could relay the data to Farrell?" "I'll try, sir." Farrell, indignant, had calmed down a little and demanded an explanation. Spock cut him off and handed over the figures. Then it was a matter of waiting for the material to be processed. Kirk came over to look at McCoy again, and Miri joined him. He was now somewhat distantly aware that she, despite all the trouble she had caused, had taken a giant step toward adulthood by deciding to return the equipment. It would be a shame to lose it all now, and most of all Miri, who had entered the spring of her promises for which she had waited 3 miserable centuries. He put his arm around her, and she looked at him gratefully. But what is it? Has his vision deteriorated again, or have the pimples finally begun to disappear from McCoy's body? No, indeed, they have become smaller and have almost lost their color. "Mr. Spock," Kirk said, "come check me out." Spock looked and nodded his head. "They're retreating," he said. "Now, unless there are serious side effects," the transmitter buzzer interrupted him.
"Farrell to the planetary group. Identification correct. I repeat, correct. Congratulations."
"Explain to me how you digested all that mass of bits and pieces with nothing but a biocomp." Kirk and Spock exchanged tired grins. "No," Spock replied. "We did all this in Dr. McCoy's mind. End of communication." "The biocomp did help, though," Kirk noted. He reached out and stroked the squat machine. "Good kitty." McCoy stirred. Then he tried to sit up, but his expression was still clouded. "I beg your pardon, Doctor," Kirk said. "If you have had sufficient rest, then I believe it is your prerogative to administer the injections." "Did it work?" McCoy said hoarsely. Everything worked perfectly, and the ship's computer reported that this is what was needed. "And you are the hero of the hour, you brainless idiot." They left the system a week later, leaving behind all the antitoxin the ship's machines could produce. The entire team that had been on the planet stood with Farrell on the Enterprise's command bridge, watching the planet recede. "Still, I feel uneasy," Janice Rand said. "No matter how old they are chronologically, they're still just kids. And to leave them there alone, with only a medical team to help them? They haven't been wasting all these years," Kirk said. "Just look at what Miri did. They catch on real quick. They just need a little guidance. Besides, I've already ordered Lieutenant Ur to relay a message to Earth. If this planet had had subspace radio, there wouldn't have been such a long agony. But it hadn't been invented yet when the first colonists left. The Space Center will send teachers, technicians, administrators, probably, and educators," McCoy added. "Without a doubt, the kids will be fine." Then, Janice Rand said slowly, as if thoughtfully, "Miri, she really was in love with you, Captain. Do you know that? That's why she played that trick on you." "I know," Kirk replied, "and of course I'm flattered. But I'll tell you a secret, Chief. I've made it a rule never to get involved with older women." The conscience of the king. "It's an interesting spectacle," Kirk said. "I've seen Macbeth in all sorts of costumes, from animal skins to military uniforms, but I've never seen it in Arcturian dress. I suppose actors have to adapt to all sorts of audiences." "That's true," said Dr. Layton. He exchanged glances with Martha Layton. There was a tone in his voice that Kirk could not quite place. There seemed to be no cause for alarm. Layton's garden, lit by the bright rays of Arcturus, was warm and pleasant. Their hospitality, including the play the night before, had been excellent. But time was passing. Old friends were old friends. But it was time for Kirk to return to his duties. "Carradine has an excellent reputation," he said, "and he has earned it. But now, Tom, perhaps it is time to get down to business. I have been informed that your new synthetic is just what we need." "There is no synthetic," Layton sighed heavily. "Remember Carradine? What a voice." "You must remember him. You were there." "Where were you?" Kirk asked, surprised. "At the show?" "No," Layton said, his twisted, mangled body shifting uneasily in his chair. "On Tarsus 4, during the mutiny. It was 20 years ago, of course, but you couldn't forget. My entire family was wiped out, many of your friends. And you saw Kodos, and heard him." "You mean," Kirk said slowly, "that you made me take a 3-light-year detour just because you accused an actor of being Kodos the executor? And what am I going to write in my log? That you lied? That you changed the ship's course based on false information?" "She's not fake. Carradine is Kodos." "That's not what I mean. I mean your story about synthetic food. Besides, Kodos is dead." "Really?" asked Layton.
A body burned beyond recognition? Is that evidence? And there are so few witnesses left, Jim. You, me, and maybe 6 or 7 others who actually saw Kodos and heard his voice.
You may have forgotten, but I can never forget it.
Kirk turned to Martha, but she only said softly, I can't tell him anything, Jim. The moment he heard Carradin's voice, it all came flooding back, and I can hardly blame him. Because from what we've heard, it was a bloodbath. And Tom wasn't just a witness, he was a victim. No, I know that, Kirk said. But revenge won't help either, and I can't let the entire Enterprise engage in a personal vendetta, no matter how much it makes me feel. What about justice? Asked Leighton. If Kodos is alive, shouldn't he pay? Or at least be banned from human contact until he's done something slaughtering? 4,000 people, Jim. I have to agree with you there, Kirk admitted reluctantly. Okay, here's what I'll do. I'll check the ship's library and see what I have on the computer for both of them. If your guess is just a wild suspicion, that's probably the quickest way to find out.
If it's not, I'm prepared to hear you out.
Fair enough, Leighton replied. Kirk pulled out his transmitter and called the Enterprise. Library computer, give me everything you have on the man known as Kodos the Executioner. Then, check everything on the actor named Anton Carradin. Working, the computer replied. Then it said, Kodos the Executioner, head of the Rebel War Council, planet Terra 4, 20 years ago, the population of 8,000 Earthlings suffered severe losses. Almost all food supplies were destroyed by fungal infection. Kodos used the situation to implement his theory of eugenics, destroying approximately 50% of the colony's population in the process. Wanted by Earth forces since the suppression of the rebellion. Burned body found. Case closed. Biographical information. Skip that, Kirk interrupted. Go on. Carradin, Anton, director and leading actor of a traveling troupe of actors, financed by the Interstellar Cultural Exchange Project. For the last 9 years, he has toured mainly by official invitation. His daughter, Lenora, age 19, is the leading actress of the troupe. Carradin is a recluse. The current tour, according to his statement, is his last. Reviews, skip that too. What about his activities before he became an actor? There's nothing. That's all the information. Kirk slowly put the transmitter away. Well, well, he said. You know, I still think it's just a guess, Tom, but I think I should probably go to the show tonight too. After the show, Kirk walked around the stage to the traditional-looking backstage area and knocked on the door with the star on it. A moment later, Lenora Carradin, as beautiful, though not as strange as the Arcturian Lady Macbeth, opened the door. She raised her eyebrows questioningly. I saw your show tonight, Kirk said, and last night too. I just wanted to express my admiration for you and Carradin. Thank you, she replied politely.
My father will be very pleased, Mr.
Captain James Kirk, Starship Enterprise. This made a noticeable impression on her, as did the fact that he attended their performances 2 nights in a row. She said, We are flattered. I will pass on your feedback to my father. Can I see him? Sorry, Captain Kirk, but he doesn't see anyone in person. An actor turning away from his fans? That's very unusual. Carradin is a very unusual person. Then I'll speak to Lady Macbeth, Kirk said, if you have no objection. May I come in? Well, of course. She stepped aside. In the dressing room, a whole pile of theater boxes was piled up, ready for shipment. Sorry, I can't offer you anything. Kirk looked at her with a smile. You are very modest. She smiled back. As you can see, everything is already packed. Our next 2 performances are in Venice, if the Star Queen gets us there in time. We leave tonight. It's a fine ship, Kirk remarked. Do you enjoy your work? Mostly.
But playing classics today, when most of the public prefers to watch these absurd 3D video productions, it doesn't always bring as much pleasure as it could.
But you continue, Kirk noted.
Oh yes, she answered with a faint bitterness. Father thinks that's our duty to the public. But it doesn't follow that the public always understands the classics. She received you very well this evening. You were exceptionally convincing as Lady Macbeth. Thank you. And how is Lenora Carradine?
You impressed me. He paused for a moment. I would like to see you again. How about the actress? Not necessarily. I think I wouldn't mind, but unfortunately, we have to stick to the schedule. Well, the schedule isn't always as tough as it might seem, Kirk said. Well, let's see what happens. Okay, let's hope for the best. The answer was promising, if a little vague, but Kirk had no chance to continue his research. Suddenly the call sounded insistently. Excuse me, he said.
This is my ship calling. Kirk here.
This is Spock, Captain. I must inform you immediately. Dr. Layton is dead.
Dead, are you sure?
Absolutely, Spock said. We just received word from Q Center. He was killed, stabbed.
Kirk slowly put the device back in his pocket. Lenora watched him, her expression showing nothing but innocent sympathy. I must leave you, he said. Perhaps I will contact you later. Kirk headed straight for the Layton house. The body was still there, and there was no one there except Martha, but that meant nothing to him. He wasn't an expert in this kind of thing. He took Martha's hand gently. He actually died the day those actors arrived, she said very quietly. Memory killed him. Jim, do you think any of the survivors could forget that tragedy for even a moment? I'm very sorry, Martha. He was convinced when he saw the man, she went on. 20 years had passed since those terrible events, but he was sure that Carradine was the man.
Is it possible, Jim? Could he really be Kodos after all?
I don't know, but I'm trying to find out.
For 20 years he had nightmares at night. I would wake him up, and he would say he could still hear the screams of the innocent and the silence of the executed. He was never told what happened to his family. I'm afraid there's no doubt about their fate,
Kirk said.
And this unknown, Jim, the unknown, are those you loved, dead or alive. When you know, you mourn them, but the wound heals and you go on living. But when you know nothing, every dawn is a burial. It was this that killed my husband, Jim, and not the knife. I know that for sure.
She tried to smile, and Kirk squeezed her hand impulsively.
It's all right,
she said, as if she were the one reassuring someone.
At least he'll be calm now. He's never been calm. We'll probably never know who killed him.
I'll find out, damn me, Kirk said. I'll find out.
It doesn't matter anymore. Enough of this revenge. It's time to stop. It's high time. And suddenly tears began to flow from her eyes. But I will never forget him. Never. Kirk stormed aboard the ship in such an indescribable rage that no one dared speak to him. On the way to his cabin, he barked into the intercom. Uhura! Yes, Captain, the communications officer replied, her usually firm voice almost a squeak. Connect me to Captain Daly, Star Queen. She's currently docked to the orbital station. And turn on the scrambler. Yes, sir. He's on the line, sir. John, this is Jim Kirk. Could you do me a small favor? I owe you at least a dozen, Daly told him, and a dozen or two more drinks. Lay out your killer. Thank you. I want you to hand over your cargo to me. Do you want to grab the actors? Exactly, Kirk replied. I'll take them on. And if there's any trouble, I'll be responsible. We'll do it. I'm glad. I'll explain everything later, I hope. Over and out. Lieutenant Uhura, I need the library computer now.
Library. Request Kodos's file. I was told that 8 or 9 people survived, who were living witnesses to the massacre. I want their names and status. Working. In order of age, Leighton T., deceased. Molson E., deceased. Wait a minute, I need the survivors. They are survivors of the massacre, the computer reported clearly. The deceased are recent murder victims. All cases are still open. Instructions. Kirk swallowed. Go on. Kirk J., Captain, ZT, Enterprise. Wygand R., deceased. Ames S., deceased. Daiken R., Communications Officer, ZT, Enterprise. What? Daiken R., Communications Officer, Enterprise. Age at time of Kodos incident, 5 years old. Okay, pause, Kirk ordered. Uhura, connect me with Mr. Spock. Mr. Spock, see that the Carradine troop of actors is picked up and listed in the ship's log as stragglers. They will likely give a special performance for the officers and crew. Our next destination is Eta Veneti. Give me an ETA once you have processed the data.
Yes, sir. And what about the synthetic food samples we were supposed to pick up from Dr. Leighton?
There are no such things, Mr. Spock.
Kirk replied shortly.
This also needs to be noted. The starship's deviation from its course.
This is a serious matter. Well, the stain on Dr. Leighton's name can do him no harm. And Mr. Spock, the peace of the Carradine troop must be respected. They may move about the ship as the rules allow, but their quarters are extraterritorial. Pass that on to everyone.
Yes, sir. There was no emotion in Spock's voice. As always, there was.
And finally, one last thing, Mr. Spock. Regarding Lieutenant Robert Daiken, Communications Officer. Please transfer him to the engineering section.
Sir.
Spock said.
He just transferred from the engineering section.
I know. Send him back. He needs to gain some more experience.
Sir, will there be any explanation? He will inevitably suspect that this transfer is a disciplinary measure. I can't help you, Kirk replied politely. Do it, and let me know when the Carradines arrive on board. He paused and looked at the ceiling, unable to suppress a grim smile. I think, he said, I shall have to give the young lady a tour of the ship. There was a long silence. Finally, Spock answered, completely neutrally, As you command, sir. At this hour, the engine room was empty and silent, except for the low, pulsing hum of the great engines as the Enterprise moved through space. Lenora looked around and smiled at Kirk. Do you specifically order the lights to be dimmed in such cases? I wish I could say yes, Kirk replied, but really, we're just trying to mimic the day and night cycle as closely as possible. Humans have a built-in sleep-wake cycle. We try to follow it. He pointed to the huge casings. Are you interested in this? Oh, yes. All this energy and in your complete control. Do you like it, Captain? I hope there is more of a man in me than of a machine, he replied. In any case, it's an intriguing combination of both. All this power at your disposal, but the decisions, absolutely human. Are you sure? She asked. Absolutely, perhaps, but are they human? Kirk said softly. You can be sure. Suddenly, someone's footsteps were heard behind him. Kirk turned expectantly. It was Petty Officer Rand, looking especially attractive in this light, despite her uniform and overly serious expression. She held out an envelope. Excuse me, sir, she said. Mr. Spock thought you should have this immediately. That's right. Thank you. Kirk put the envelope in his pocket. That's all. Yes, sir. The girl walked away without blinking. Lenora watched her go and seemed amused. Beautiful girl, and very efficient. Here's the topic, Captain. Tell me about the women of your world. Have the machines changed them? Have they made women just people? Not at all. Kirk replied. On this ship, they have the same rights and duties as men. They are completely equal. They compete on an equal footing and have no special privileges, but they are still women. I can see that, especially the one who just left. So pretty. I'm afraid she didn't like me. Nonsense, Kirk said, a little more innocently than he had intended. You're just imagining things. Petty Officer Rand is a businessman. Lenora looked down. You are still a man, Captain. You, the commander of a starship, know so little about women. And yet, I can hardly blame her. Human nature hasn't changed, Kirk said. Greater, richer, maybe, but it hasn't changed at all. It calms me down a little. Knowing that people can still feel, dream, fall in love, all that. But also, power. Like Caesar and Cleopatra. She moved closer and closer, but very slowly. Kirk assessed the situation and hugged her. The kiss was passionate and long. She was the first to break it, looking into his eyes. Her expression was half peaceful, half playful. I should have known, she said. I've never kissed Caesar before. Rehearsal, Miss Carradine? Performance, Captain. They kissed again. Something crunched on Kirk's chest. After a while, he gently took her shoulders and pulled her away slightly, but not far. Don't stop. I'm not interrupting, Lenora. But I should see what Spock sent me that he thought was so important. He had orders not to follow me. I see, she said, becoming serious. Starship captains speak first and kiss later. Well, look what they sent you. Kirk pulled out the envelope and tore it open. The message was short, crisp, and Spock-esque. It read, Ship Officer Dakin has been poisoned. His condition is serious. Dr. McCoy is investigating the cause and selecting an antidote. He requires your presence. Spock. Said. Lenora saw Kirk's face change. Finally, she said, I feel like I've lost you. I hope not forever. I doubt it, Kirk replied, trying to smile but failing. I just should have seen that note sooner. Excuse me, please, and good night, Lady Macbeth. When Kirk arrived at the hospital bay, Spock and McCoy were already there. Dakin was lying on the table, his sweaty body connected to a control console that seemed to be quietly going crazy. Kirk glanced at the console, but the readings on the instruments meant little to him. He asked, Will he survive? What happened? Someone slipped tetralubazole into his milk, McCoy said. It was a clumsy job. The stuff is pretty poisonous, but it's pretty insoluble, so it was easy to isolate. He's not feeling well yet, but his chances are good. I can't say more, Jim. Kirk glanced sharply first at the doctor, then at Spock. They were both watching him like cats. Very well, he said. I see that now I am next, so why don't you begin your lecture, Mr. Spock? Dakin was the penultimate witness in the Kodos case, Spock said evenly. You are the last. Dr. McCoy and I checked the library as you did and obtained the same information. We assume that you are courting Miss Carradine to obtain information, but the next attempt will be on you. It is quite clear that you and Dakin have survived only because you were aboard the Enterprise. But if Dr. Layton was right, you no longer have that advantage, and the attempt on Dakin seems to confirm it. In short, you invited death. I've done this before, Kirk said wearily. If Carradine is Kodos, I want to nail him. That's all. Finding out the truth is part of my job. Are you sure that's all? McCoy asked. No, Bones, I'm not so sure. Remember who I was back on Tarsus. A simple mechanic caught in the thick of the revolution. I saw women and children herded into cells with no way out, and the Messiah-like, half-mad Kodos pressing a button. And then there was no one inside. 4,000 people gone, dead. And I had to stand there and wait my turn. I can't forget that. any more than I could forget Leighton. I thought I had, but I was wrong. What happens if you decide that Caradan is Kodos? McCoy asked. What then? You parade his head through the halls in triumph? That won't bring back the dead. Of course not, Kirk replied. But at least they can rest in peace. Vengeance is mine, and I will repay, saith the Lord, Spock almost whispered. Both men looked at him in fear. Finally, Kirk said, That is true, Mr. Spock, whatever that means to another worlder such as yourself. I do not seek vengeance. I seek justice and prevention. Kodos has killed 4,000 people, and as long as he is free, he may kill again. But consider this. Caradan is a human being like the rest of us, with the same rights. He deserves the same justice, and if possible, he must be cleared of all suspicion. I don't know what's worse, McCoy said, looking from Spock to Kirk. A machine man or a mystic captain. Go to hell, both of you, and leave me with the patient. Gladly, Kirk replied. I'm going to talk to Caradan, regardless of his rule against giving interviews. He can try to kill me if he wants, but he'll have to take out my officers too. In short, Spock said, you believe that Caradan is Kodos. Kirk raised his hands. Of course, Mr. Spock, he said. Am I so stupid as not to think so? But I want to make sure. It's the only definition of justice I know. I, said Spock, would call it logic. Not only were Caradan and his daughter awake when Kirk knocked, they were already half-dressed in costume for the performance they were to give before the crew of the Enterprise. Caradan was dressed in rags that might have been Hamlet, the ghost, or the murderous king. Whatever it was, he looked regal. He added to the impression by walking over to a tall, carved chair and sitting down as if on a throne. In his hands he held a rather tattered copy of the play, with his name written in pencil on it. Lenora was easier to spot. She was either a mad Ophelia or just a 19-year-old girl in a nightgown. Caradan waved her away. She retreated, her expression wary, but remained standing at the cabin door. Caradan turned his fixed, shining eyes towards Kirk and asked, What do you want, Captain? I want a direct answer to a direct question, Kirk said, and I promise you that you will not be harmed on this ship, and that you will be treated fairly when you leave it. Caradan nodded, as if he had expected nothing less. The captain was clearly irritating him. Finally, Kirk said, I suspect you, Mr. Caradan. You know it. It seems to me that you play your best role off the stage. Caradan smiled grimly. Each person plays different roles at different times. But I'm only interested in one. Tell me, are you Kodos the executioner? Caradan looked at his daughter but did not seem to see her. His eyes were wide open, the pupils narrowed like a cat's. It was a long time ago, he said. I was a young character actor then, traveling around the Earth colonies. As you can see, I'm still doing it. That's not an answer, Kirk said. What did you expect? If I were Kodos, I would have the blood of thousands on my hands. Would I have confessed to a stranger 20 years later, having escaped a more orderly trial for so long? Whoever Kodos was in those days, I never heard it said of him. He was a fool. I did you a favor, Kirk said, and I promised to treat you fairly. That's not just words. I'm the captain of this ship, and whatever justice is here, it's in my hands. But I perceive you differently. You stand before me as a clear symbol of our technological society. Mechanized, electronic, impersonal, and not quite human. I hate machines, Captain. They have deprived humanity, deprived man, of the desire to achieve greatness by his own efforts. That is why I am an actor, playing a live one, and not a shadow in a video film. A lever is just a tool, Kirk said. We have new tools now, but great men survive without feeling shortchanged.
Evil men use tools to kill, like Kodos did. But that doesn't mean the tools themselves are evil. Guns don't shoot people. People do. Kodos, said Caradan, whoever he was, had to decide a matter of life and death. Some had to die so that others might live. That is the right of kings, but it is also their cross. And commanders, too. Why else would you be here? I don't remember having to kill 4,000 innocent people. I don't remember that either. But I do remember that the other 4,000 were saved. If I were to stage a play about Kodos, that would be the first thing I would remember. It wasn't an act, Kirk said. I was there. I saw it happen. And since then, every surviving witness has been systematically murdered. Except 2 or 3. One of my officers was poisoned. I could be next. And here you are, a man we have no information on, going back more than 9 years, and positively identified, misidentified or not, by the late Dr. Layton. You think I can ignore all that? No, of course not, said Caradan. But that is your role. I have my own. I have played many roles. He looked at his old hands. Sooner or later, the blood grows cold. The body ages. And finally, a man begins to rejoice that his memory is weakening. I no longer value life, even my own. Death for me is only a release from ritual. I am old and tired, and the past is a fog to me. And that's all you can answer? I'm afraid so, Captain. Have you always gotten what you wanted? No. No one does. But if you've been so lucky, well, one can only pity you. Kirk shrugged and turned away. He noticed Lenora staring at him, but he had nothing to say to her.
He walked out. She followed him. In the corridor, opposite the door, she said in an icy whisper, "You are a machine, with a huge bloody stain of cruelty on your metal skin. You could have spared him. If he is Kodos," Kirk replied, just as quietly, "then I have already shown him unheard of leniency. More than he deserves. If he is not Kodos, then we will deliver you to Eta Venezia without any harm." "And who are you," Lenora said menacingly, "to talk about the harm done? And who do I have to be for this?" She seemed about to answer, a cold, furious flame darting in her eyes. But then the door opened, and Caradan appeared, no longer so tall and majestic as before. Tears ran down her cheeks. She stretched out her hands to his shoulders, her head bowed. "Father, Father." "Nonsense," said Caradan softly, giving himself a little of his former grandeur. "That is long gone. I am but the spirit of your father, condemned to appear at a certain hour of the night. Calm down."
Feeling like half a dozen evil monsters, Kirk left them alone. The boardroom had been converted into a small theater for the performance, with cameras here and there so that the show could be viewed by those crew members who were supposed to remain at their posts. The lights had been dimmed and Kirk was, of course, late again. He was just settling into his chair. As captain, he was entitled to a front row seat, and he sat down without hesitation. When the curtain parted, and Lenore appeared, dressed in Ophelia's white costume and makeup. She said in a clear, almost cheerful voice, "Today, Caradan presents Hamlet, another play from the cycle of live plays of the space, dedicated to the traditions of classical theater, which we believe will never die. Hamlet is a cruel play about a cruel time, when life was worth almost nothing, and ambition was everything. It is a play beyond time. It is about personal guilt, doubt, indecision, and the imperceptible line between justice and revenge." She disappeared, leaving Kirk lost in thought.
No one needed to be introduced to Hamlet. This monologue was meant only for him. He didn't need to be reminded, but he got the message in the prologue. The curtain parted and the play began, but Kirk missed most of the beginning. For at that very moment, McCoy appeared and sat down next to Kirk, and took quite a while to get settled. Here we are, he muttered. In the long history of medicine, no doctor has ever been there in time for the curtain to rise. Shut up, Kirk said quietly. You were warned beforehand. Yes, but no one told me that at the last minute I would lose a patient. Did anyone die? No. Lieutenant Dakin just ran away from the hospital bay. That's all. I think he wanted to see the play, too. But it is broadcast to the hospital bay. I know that. Just calm down, okay? How can I hear anything if you keep mumbling? Cursing under his breath, Kirk stood up and walked out. As soon as he was in the hallway, he went to the nearest intercom and ordered a search. But, on McCoy's orders, he was already on his way. But a simple search, Kirk decided, would not suffice. Dakin's entire family had been wiped out on Tarsus, and someone had tried to kill him. This time there was no room for chance. During the spectacle, not only Caradan, but the entire ship might be overcome by emotion or revenge. Security on high alert, Kirk ordered. Search every inch, including the cargo. Information slowly began to trickle in, and he returned to the transformed boardroom. He was still worried, but there was nothing more he could do now. The sound of a drum reached his ears. The stage was shrouded in darkness, dispelled only by the red light of a spotlight, and the actors playing Marcellus and Horatio were now leaving it. It was evidently the fifth scene of the first act. In the red beam, a ghostly figure materialized and raised its hand, inviting Hamlet, but Hamlet refused to follow. The ghost Caradan beckoned to him again, and the thunder of the drum increased somewhat. Kirk couldn't think of anything else now except that Caradan was a great target. He quickly skirted the action-packed crowd, heading backstage. Speak, said Hamlet. I will go no further. Listen to me, Caradan said loudly. I'm listening to you. The hour is approaching when I must again submit to the tormenting flames. And then Kirk saw Dakin crouched to the side, his phaser already aimed at Caradan. And you are destined to find revenge. Dakin! Kirk cried. There was nothing more he could do. He had to shout across the stage. The dialogue was cut off. I am the spirit of your father. The condemned one appears at the appointed time in the night. He killed my father, Dakin said.
And my mother. And during the day I burn in hellfire, while those atrocities that were committed during the days of my reign get back to the hospital bay. I know, I saw, he killed them. Will not be burned and cleansed. The spectators began to talk among themselves. They heard every word. Caradan heard it too. He looked towards Dakin, but the light was too weak to see anything. In a weakened voice, he tried to continue. I could tell you. You can make mistakes. Don't waste your life on a mistake. A story that will tear your soul apart and freeze your young blood in your veins. Dakin, give me the weapon. No. Several people in the audience stood up. Kirk could see a few security personnel moving cautiously to the side, but they would be too late. Dakin aimed his gun at Caradan. But then, the backdrop suddenly opened, and Lenora appeared. Her eyes were bright and feverish, and in her hand, she held an absurdly long dagger. It's all over, she said in a clear theatrical voice. It doesn't matter, Father. I am strong. Come, oh, you spirits of fire and air. Let the flesh leave. Hear me. Child, she did not hear him. She was mad Ophelia, but the lines belonged to Lady Macbeth. All ghosts are dead. Who would have thought there was so much blood in them?
I freed you, Father. I took the blood off you. If he hadn't reminded me so much of my father when he slept, would I ever have done this? No, Carradine cried, his voice full of horror. You don't owe me anything. What I did didn't touch you. You weren't even born then. I wanted you to stay pure. The balm, I will give it to you. You are safe. No one can touch you. You see, Banquo is here. You see, Caesar, even he cannot touch you. There are beautiful chairs in this castle. Kirk walked onto the stage, keeping an eye on the security staff. Dakin seemed transfixed by the haze, but his gun was still aimed at his target.
That's enough, Kirk said. Both of you, come with me. Carradine turned to him, spreading his arms. Captain, he said, try to understand. I was a soldier of great purpose. There were things that had to be done, hard things, terrible things. You know the cost. You too are a captain. Stop it, Father, Lenora said in a strangely reasonable voice. There's nothing to explain. There is something. Murder, escape, suicide, insanity. And the price is still not enough. My daughter died too. For you, I saved you. At the cost of 7 innocent people, Kirk said. Innocent? Lenora laughed loudly and theatrically, as if she had just become Medea. Innocent. They saw. They were guilty. That's enough, Lenora, Kirk said. The play is over. It all happened 20 years ago. Are you coming with me, or am I going to have to drag you? You'd better go, Dakin said, appearing from the side. He walked toward the ramp, still holding his gun, aimed. I wouldn't be so merciful, but we've got enough madness already. Thank you, Captain. Lenora turned sharply toward him. In a flash of lightning, she snatched the weapon from him. Everyone back! She screamed. Step back, everyone! The play goes on! No, Carradine cried hoarsely. In the name of God, child. Caesar, my lord! You could have had all of Egypt! Fear the Ides of March! She aimed the gun at Kirk and pulled the trigger. But as fast as she was in her madness, Carradine was faster. The beam hit him square in the chest. Lenora howled like an abandoned kitten and fell to her knees next to him. Security guards rushed the stage, but Kirk waved them away. Father, Lenora lamented. Oh, proud death! You rejoice in your eternal cell that so great a prince is bloodily murdered. She began to laugh again. The point, Father, the point! No time for sleep. A game is the destiny with which we will enslave the king's conscience. Soft hands pulled her away from the body, and McCoy's voice whispered in Kirk's ear. In the end, she didn't even manage to quote the lines correctly. Take care of her, Kirk said dispassionately. Kodos is dead, but I think she has a habit of sleepwalking.